Africa, unite, 'cause we're moving right out of Babylon, and we're going to our father's land. Yeah. How good and how pleasant it would be before God and man, yeah, to see the unification of all Africans, yeah. Has it been said already? Let it be done, yeah. We are the children of the Rastaman. We are the children of the Iron Man. So, Africa unite, 'cause the children wanna go home, yeah, yeah. Africa unite, 'cause we're moving right out of Babylon, and we're grooving to our father's land. Yeah. How good and how pleasant it would be before God and man to see the unification of all Rastaman. Yeah. Has it been said already? Let it be done. I tell you who we are under the sun. We are the children of the Rastaman. We are the children of the Iron Man. So, Africa unite, Africa unite, yeah. Unite for the benefit of your people. Unite for it's later than we think. Unite for the benefit of your children. Unite for it's later than we think. Africa, awake, it's created.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Social Good Summit. I'm Sharon Fetter. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Mashable.com. We have a very exciting lineup today, and we're live streaming this year's summit, and for the first time translating it into 6 languages, thanks to our incredible translators at the back of the hall. But we're not stopping there. Our global conversation continues tonight in Beijing, Nairobi, and Mogadishu. You can stay up all night tonight watching it on our live stream. And we had a great meetup earlier today in Madagascar, hosted by the UNDP team. On the screen, you'll see one of the pictures from the event that was tweeted to us. Welcome to the Global Conversation Madagascar. Just one housekeeping note. Today we break at 5 p.m. for dinner, and we want you all to have a great bite to eat, but then we'd love it if you could come back here at 7 o'clock because we have a fantastic lineup tonight with lots of surprises. So 7 o'clock on the dot. So now to our program. I'd like you to join me in welcoming Dr. Gro Brundtland, former Prime Minister of Norway, and Sigrid Kaag from the UN Development Program to discuss global sustainability in the 21st century.
Strong lights.
So we start? Yeah. Well, welcome to the Global Conversation. Dr. Brundtland, it's an immense honor for us as UNDP, but also for myself to host you as a prominent thought leader from your early days in politics and until now as the Special Envoy on Climate Change on behalf of the Secretary General, but equally so in your role as the elders. It's your prominency and your leadership on critical social and development issues is really what brings us to this conversation today.
Thank you.
And allow me that maybe to kick off our conversation, how you see currently social policies, the new and emerging development agenda, when we're looking at post-2015 discussion on sustainable development goals. How do you see that come together when we're looking at the role of social media, the issues and access and technology?
Well, certainly the whole change with social media has made a major difference. When I think back to the time when we worked on our common future, which was the report from '87, which led to the Rio conference #1, of course then it was early stages of internet and there was nothing like social media, so the connectivity of the world has changed so dramatically, and obviously it helps us a lot. Because what we focused on was democracy, participation, transparency, all people involved, women as well as men, focusing on the roles of girls. But in practice, when you look around the world at that time, to share those kinds of concepts and ideas and commitments took much longer time to spread and to share. And so this is wonderful to see how technology also is helping us to link together the way that the world is connected, and which we have known for many or several decades, although we can all see that things are moving more slowly than we would have liked. If you, for instance, this week here in New York, I will go to a breakfast on child marriage. You mentioned the elders. So why has the elders chosen to focus on child marriage? Because here in 2012, we have 10 million girls married long before they are of age every year. And in certain countries across the world, 2 out of 3 or 5 out of 10 young girls are married long before the age of 18. The laws are in many countries that this is not allowed, but the practice and the tradition is different. And it stops girls at the start of their lives, stops them from education, hurts them in every way in their own lives. Now, I mention child marriage because it also illustrates how culture and tradition and religion can keep human rights developments back. So those are just some of the thoughts.
Yeah. No, allow me to link up to your idea indeed on how rights and access and voices to channel, to give information, to empower and therefore also reach the vulnerable. Would you see these are dimensions that we collectively as an international community can help accelerate? I think the Arab Spring is often referenced as one particular setting where social media has been powerful. Do you also see that link much more to development, but very much rights-based sustainable development?
It certainly, you know, on both of these fronts, and also in health. I mean, how could we reach so many children with vaccinations if we didn't have health systems that gradually can access through the mobile phone and through the social media the people that need to get assistance, or the mothers who are pregnant and in many countries don't get the service they need. So in the United Nations Foundation, on which board I serve, which is also behind, one of them behind this, we have focused on using mobile and working with private sector partners to support UN causes. And technology is part of that. And it reaches many more, also among the vulnerable, the ones that we need to focus on.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, in context of our global conversation and knowing that many of these conversations have taken place, yesterday I attended the opening and a film was shown on Somalia. And I believe the Speaker of Parliament mentioned that technology was really iPhone, Facebook. He joked, he said, technology is really made for us Somalis because we love to talk. So what do you think is, and I encourage everybody to go back to YouTube and watch that video, but coming back to the conversation, what do you think has to be the focus from when we look at all of us together? Because I think as human beings we're often quite overwhelmed by the plethora of information sources and the speed and the rapidity and the very short intervals. It's a beauty, but there's also a potential constraint. Are we fit to deal with all these opportunities, and how can we also as a system, all of us individually and entities, how can we best maximize that?
That certainly is a challenging question. I wish I knew the best answers. But however, when you look at how people are connected through technological opportunities across the world and inside countries, across countries, then you also have to look at what countries themselves do. What are our social systems doing? Our countries, our governments? How are they working together? Because if it's all noise and nothing is focused, and nobody shows responsibility for taking the decisions that can lessen inequalities, that can give the rights to women and girls, that can move towards peaceful developments and overcoming the gaps, which they are still there, and they are large and in some areas growing. The political responsibility of governments and of any big actor in society should not be forgotten. They are all dependent on the voices, they are all dependent on you, all of us, supporting the right policies. Because if they don't get support for the right policies, they can continue doing things that we don't like. But the challenge of moving forward on social issues, social agenda, on the environmental concerns, it really is linked to our parliaments, our governments, our NGOs, and every voice out there who is able to participate and make a difference.
Thank you. Yeah, you already alluded to it, where I think through the conversation that we're having, all these conversations, the way we mobilize through social media, it also changes the face of summitry. You were at Rio +20, you were a prominent voice, not only in many panels, and you also expressed, I think, your concern, the critique of what you felt Rio had failed to address, notwithstanding some of the progress. How do you think all of us again can come and tell governments, be accountable, be transparent, lead on the issues that you may have signed off? How can we make sure that summitry also reaches implementation? Are there unique features? Is it something individuals need to do also? On a Sunday afternoon in New York, sunny New York, we have a full house. Credit to you, but I think it's also credit to the interest of the audience. What is the next step when we're looking at just the launch before GA Week?
Well, I think you asked in your first question something important also about how do we move from the reasonably good success of the Millennium Development Goals into Sustainable Development Goals, which now need to be added in some fashion. You try to ask me how, and I'm not ready now to say how. Why? Because the Secretary General and many key countries are trying their best, I hope, to bring these processes together in the most constructive way. Because obviously there was a weakness in the Millennium Development Goals that they didn't really fully take in any substantive way the fact that our planet is suffering and undermining the future of development for all generations to come, for this generation and for coming. So now Sustainable Development Goals have to be added and be a clear part of the whole social and environmental development pattern of the world. So that's a big challenge for those who are now struggling to put them together. And there are panels who are asked to do this, and I hope they find good solutions that can be supported by governments, sufficient number of governments. Now, this is important for everyone to realize. The weakness of our system of governance, the weakness is such that although many people in many governments across the world know what's necessary, the ability to do what's necessary, when you cross nations and cross different national interests, pushing them to do things together, there's a big gap in implementation. And I think one thing that can help move governments together and see the same way on crucial issues is exactly that people from different countries share opinions, share experience, have a same common cause that can push governments in different countries to think alike. So that's what can contribute. You know, everyone can make that contribution from their own, if they share and if they move and have agreement on certain really key issues. It can influence governments that struggle about how to take the right decisions together. Because unless the world takes them together, we are not going to get a climate agreement, we are not going to deal with global warming, or with increasing inequalities in many parts of the world.
You mentioned Dr. Brundtland, and I believe it's also our time maybe to wrap up. You mentioned indeed the power of mobilization, pressure, political will and political drive. Can we and do we need to do more to make the right technology affordable, available to those who need it the most?
Absolutely. I mean, we have known that health and education are absolute fundamentals for human development, for human rights, for every opportunity, for every person and family's life. But it's obvious that in both of those areas, access to knowledge, access to information, access to technology is basic. Whether it's vaccine, which was not available always, or access to mobile technology, to internet. It's obvious without that people cannot make their contributions, they cannot learn what they need to learn, they cannot share, and so all societies have to feel that responsibility. And at the global level, we know we have to collaborate to make this happen.
Well, I think Dr. Brundtland has spoken not only many a wise word, but also many words of inspiration, and I think it's a call to action. And if I may underline also particularly the call to action as an example, girl marriage, child marriage, and I know that you espouse that call very strongly amongst many other issues of equity and development and sustainable development and rights for all. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Very much. So we can.
It is our distinct pleasure to welcome Maria Bello, actor, activist, and Goodwill Ambassador for Haitian Women, for a conversation with Brian Surgutz of Huffington Post Impact.
Hello.
Everyone can hear us okay? How you doing? Would just like to thank the UN Foundation and Mashable for having us here today. My name is Brian Surgutz. I'm the Senior Vice President of Social Impact for the Huffington Post, and also that I'm an advisor to We Advance, which I'm really proud to be a part of. And it really gives me it's great pleasure to introduce my a very close friend who is somebody who I really have come to know over the past couple of years and really respect the work that you're doing. And I got to tell you, it's just from seeing the evolution of how you've taken your work in Haiti and how you've not only responded but also how you've continued with the work down there. So it really gives me great pleasure to introduce activist and actor and mom and my friend Maria Bello. So
thanks, Brian.
So
actually, Brian, you're the best person to interview me, because not only because we've been friends for all these years, but because when we first started We Advance, Brian was literally on the ground with us and came to Haiti, so he knows where we began and where we are right now, coming all the way up to We Advance University, which we'll talk about today.
Yeah, and let me lead right into it. And we've talked about this, and you've actually, when you were in Philadelphia and studying, you were actually studying to be a lawyer, and this acting thing happened. And I kind of, what I was telling Maria before we walked on stage, I said, you're really, an activist parading around as an actor, but it's more like you've used your passion not only for acting, but to be an activist around human rights issues, and you've used your actual the platform in a way of people want to call it celebrity or celebdom to get people to be aware of what's happening. So how did that start? How did that continue? And and how has it led you here today?
That's a great question, and it comes from probably the best piece of advice that I ever got, and I'll tell you what that is in a minute. But I was at Villanova University studying women's rights and pre-law. I was working at the Women's Law Project in Philadelphia. My great mentor, Father Ray Jackson, who my son's named after, incredible man. And when I took an acting class, I didn't know I could do that. I come from, my dad's a construction worker, disabled, my mom's a nurse. When someone said I could take an acting class at the end of my junior year, I said, don't you have to sing or dance or something, or be born in Hollywood? I didn't get that that was a career you could have. So I took this acting class, mostly because I had a crush on this guy, Drew, and I forget his last name, and he was in the class. I love how life works like this. And I took the class, and I knew that's what I was supposed to do. And I went to Father Ray really crying, and I said, I don't know what to do. I feel like I've always felt like I'm supposed to be in service to the world, and women's rights are the most important thing to me, but something's telling me that I need to act. And he said, Maria, you serve best by doing the thing you love most. And that phrase sticks with me in my mind every day. That by following my destiny, following what I love, what I was really good at, talented at, acting, I've been able to leverage that platform to do all of this work that I love as well. So I feel fortunate that I got to marry them both.
And it's interesting you talk about platforms, and also we could get a clicker for the slides, because we're going to go into the actual a little bit, talk a little bit about We Advance and what you're going to be debuting here today. Talk about We Advance. Talk about, you've been working in Haiti before the earthquake, and that country has really held a place in your heart.
Yeah.
And I've seen it even working with you on the ground there, and seeing how, you know, the people that are there respond to you as not somebody that is from the United States, but really they look at you as one of them in a lot of ways. Talk about your love for Haiti. Talk about how We Advance came about even after the earthquake, and talk about a little bit why you're still there today, okay. which for a lot of people, when the cameras are off, and Banksy has this great, I don't know if you've ever seen this great piece of art where a girl's sitting there crying, and you know, there's people taking photographs, and there's people, you know, assessing the situation, and helicopters and military people around, and she's still sitting there in the middle of all this destruction crying. And it's real interesting that, you know, when something, after a disaster, a lot of people leave, you stayed. Yeah. Talk about why your work continues in Haiti.
Well, I'll tell you, Brian, 5 years ago when I put my foot on the soil in Haiti, I knew I was fucked. Really, that I'd be there for the rest of my life. Somehow it spoke to me as the country that is my second home. I have such a big, beautiful family there that I consider my family, one of whom is here today. Ambassador at Large for Haitian Women, Danielle St. Lo, is here in the audience. Thank you for coming, my sister.
Can you stand up, Danielle? Stand up. Thank you.
So I had met Danielle before the earthquake, and was really inspired by her work and her activism with Haitian women's groups. I was especially impressed that the Haitian women's groups, 350 or more all over the country, are so well organized, with nothing, with no funding. Our friend Rosany, who we were with last week in Marigot, in a small village in the south, runs an organization of close to 4,000 women with no electricity in a hut. And I'm telling you, people come to her every day to find resources, to ask questions. After the earthquake, I was there a few days later. Sean Penn and myself, Paul Haggis, and a bunch of friends and doctors went down. I went down to check on my friend, Father Rick Frechette, who I started working with, Artists for Peace and Justice, and got caught up working in this IDP camp. And within a couple of weeks, the women from the camp came to me and said, can you please help us start something for the women? So with $5,000, we put up a tent and started this women's clinic. And when I went to some other organizations that were getting a lot of money in, bigger organizations that weren't working with local groups, and said, hey, you can start this in every camp for $5,000. It was, well, they have to write a proposal, and we don't know where the money's going. Meanwhile, they're sitting on $438 million. So my Haitian friends and I like to say we started We Advance because we were pissed off. Pissed off that the women's groups who were the most organized, who knew what their communities needed, weren't getting the funding and the access and the attention that they deserved. We started our services in Wharf Jeremy, in Cité Soleil, which is the poorest slum in the Western Hemisphere, because no big NGOs will work there because of insurance reasons. So we love this idea of just going where the need is. We ask the community in our neighborhood, what is it that you need? What do you want? What can we bring here? We brought not only health care, women's health care, and men and children's, but we started an adult English and Creole class, adult education, the first one. We've graduated close to 200 people, and we have a waiting list of 800. Half of our folks that graduated have their first jobs ever. And we started an empowerment program, which is 10 men and 10 women from our neighborhood. They go out and train 20 other people in a 10-day course from health, hygiene, human rights, gender-based violence. And the change in attitude that's happening in this neighborhood is really shocking.
So talk about why we're here today, which is We Advance University. What is that in a nutshell? How are you providing fishing poles for people that are looking to fish versus giving them fish?
That's really a great way to say it, Brian. We Advance University, the online and offline interactive education site, this concept that we are launching and now working on, is a site to connect all of these local women's groups. So what happened after the earthquake, for instance, the women in the countryside didn't know how to get services. So right up the street could have been the Red Cross giving health services, and they had no idea who was working where. So there was a big disconnect with all the NGOs. So We Advanced University was born out of this idea of listings, that we have a network of 350 women's groups, local groups. We also have all of the NGOs that are working in the country. So for instance, a young woman came when we were there a couple of months ago, and there was an attempted rape, robbery. She didn't know what to do, so she comes to the center. Well, they don't know where to send her, but with a click of a button now on this website, she can say, oh, 2 miles away, the Red Cross does rape testing, rape kits, health checks, you can go there. Oh, right in, 10 miles away is a lawyer who can file your papers. So it's really the idea of information. And then we took it one step further. I have the most brilliant partner who, thank God, Danielle introduced me to. Her name's Barbara Guillaume. And we call her the Oprah of Haiti. And she really is. And she has such incredible charisma. She's an artist and a folk singer and a mover and shaker. When Barbara calls, she called for the Prime Minister the day before, and 50 women from all over the country showed up to be in support of the Prime Minister. I know when I was growing up, there were so many issues happening in my family and around my family, from addictions to mental illness, relationships, but no one ever talked about it. But then you know who started talking about it? Oprah. Oprah, it was the first time that I felt not so lonely anymore. She really opened up this larger discussion, especially women starting to talk about what's really going on with us. So the idea was a revolution, because for me as a kid, Oprah really was a revelation into myself and what was happening in the world. So the idea is to Oprahtize Haiti, starting in Haiti. So this is our model.
So we'll talk a little bit about the lesson plans a little bit.
I'll talk about the lesson plans.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome, Ray.
So part of the website is the listings, but the second part is video lessons. They're 2 to 7 minute video sound bites. And they're educational and entertaining. It's about getting information out in a dynamic and very easy way. Some of the education platforms are maternal health, breastfeeding, gender-based violence, hygiene, very simple things. And then the entertainment ones are healthy cooking, new music, all of the things that women are really interested in. So women can come to the drop-in center and access that on a computer to see individually these lesson plans. And then they can project it at the center for 100 women to come look at it.
And what are we about to see? And of course, you'll be able to see all this stuff on the Huffington Post after. But what are we about to look at?
This particular video, the elections last year in Haiti, Marc Baptiste, a wonderful Haitian filmmaker and photographer from New York, actually, he helped us make this video to elect Haitian women. So Barbara immediately wrote this song called Potomitan. Potomitan in Creole means the centerpiece of the household. The women got together, came up with this idea. Within an hour, it was shot. All the women running for parliament came to town. So this is an example of a video that would be on our website for political participation, especially when the elections are coming up. So let's show it.
Femme c'est potomitan, n'a consolidé l'État avec bon genre changement. Toute femme députée yo, n'a consolidé l'État avec bon genre loi. C'est action pral poser qu'a fait yo dit. Femme essayer tout bon, c'est pour lumière dans nous à briller. C'est pour lumière dans nous à jaillir. C'est pour lumière dans nous à briller. C'est pour lumière dans nous à jaillir. Femme c'est potomitan. Femme c'est potomitan. La consolider
les femmes, les paysans ont appris lire avec écrit. Bon changement pour la reconstruction pays.
Femme c'est l'avenir.
Pour pays caler sur route progrès.
C'est action pas poser qu'a fait dit. Femme essayer tout bon, c'est pour lumière dans nous à briller.
On nous marre cette une.
Il m'a fait voter. C'est pour lumière dans nous action. C'est action pour le poser qu'a fait dit.
Femme, c'est changement total.
C'est pour lumière dans nous en jaillit.
That still always makes me cry. And instead of someone standing there and saying, this is what I'm going to do, and doing an hour video of the, guess what, I'll vote for any woman in Haiti after I watch that.
Yeah,
so this is the idea.
Yeah, and it talks, like, again, empowerment of women is the number one thing that changes things so quickly, but by educating and empowering women. Like, just the domino effect has been,
well, we saw what happened in Liberia, what's happened in Rwanda. And speaking of Liberia, our new ambassador in Haiti to the U.S., Pam White, she was in Liberia during the Nonviolent Revolution in 2003, the Women's Revolution. We met with her the other day to talk to her about We Advanced University. She wants you all to know, she said, scream it loudly. The U.S. ambassador, I've seen a lot. This is so innovative. We're 100% behind this, and I'm going to work my butt off to get U.S. funding to get this done and expand it.
Now, when I met you, and we're going to have to hurry up a little bit, but when I met you, you had this aversion to social media.
Yeah.
I was like, are you on Twitter or Facebook? You're like, hell no. You're like, well, I was like, what you know, like, yeah, we were walking through it a little bit, but now you're very active on it, and now all of a sudden We Advance, like, when I was down there, there was this beautiful clinic in Cité du Soleil, and now there's this platform. Talk about how the platform works in the way where you're gonna see the different partners like Digicel and SoCal get involved. What are they doing? And then how are the team members that are with you today, how are they involved, and how is this going to scale to not just for Haiti, but potentially worldwide?
Great. I just want to say you were right all these years. It's very important what you all done and what you all do, and it's becoming more and more important.
Thank you.
And Claire's been a big teacher in that too. My friend Claire, who runs the TCG agency, and they have a technology called SockMe. It's a for-profit. This is a for-profit thing called SockMe. It's basically iTunes that you download for lesson plans on entrepreneurship. So this idea of the videos came for that these aren't paid for downloads, but it's through the SockMe technology that will allow the videos to live stream to these different women's organizations all over the country. Digicel were the first ones that stood up. Dennis O'Brien, incredible company, the biggest cell phone company in Haiti, and said immediately, we'll take this on, we'll do your basic website. So that's what's happening now. And then the other part of it is we do emergency texting. So if a woman has been sexually abused in her community, it's on the site, a text goes out, and the women from that community automatically mobilize around that woman to figure out what's the next steps and what needs to be done. Also emergency text for natural disasters, which we really needed. We have an incredible team, NYU, Despina Papadopoulos from NYU, who was with us last week in Haiti. She's here today, and Suzanne Lerner, and of course Danielle, if you guys could stand up. I just want to say one of our biggest partners now is NYU. Pepe was so impressed by what we were doing, NYU immediately stood up, and they're dedicating an entire class next semester that Pepe's teaching on We Advanced University, creating more content.
Can I come teach? That's my alma mater. Like a little bit, maybe a little. Yeah. Okay. Well, what do you need? Like, again, how is this going to scale? What are the things that you need in terms of bringing this to life as it starts? Like, what are the things that this audience can help get the word out globally about getting this to the point where it could actually start to work on its own, and then of course being able to scale to different countries? I
have to say, when people hear about it, they say, how can we get it in our country? Just building this initial template won't be very difficult to get it into other countries, to do it in different languages, just following this template. Of course, we have incredible partners, but what we need are more partners who are interested in technology, in production, in content. We need 350 computers. You know, we're looking for a computer company to partner up with us, and projectors, 100 projectors in these different areas. Long life batteries, cell and solar batteries. But mostly we are looking for partnerships of people who understand what you all understand, which a lot of us don't, which is the power of connection through social media.
Yeah, and so is there a way that people can get a hold of We Advance besides for through Twitter? Is there like an email address?
info@weadvance.org.
Okay, so info@weadvance.org.
info@weadvance.org.
So we have to wrap, but listen, thank you everybody for allowing us to be here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Where was the time?
Hi, everyone. I'm Allison Gardy, Director of International Relations here at 92nd Street Y in my street festival attire. And we've got on the line Adam Jagiewo-Rusiłowski from Poland, who should be joining us shortly. He was a 92nd Street Y Ford Fellow, one of the community leaders we identify across the world in emerging countries to support with management training and leadership training. Adam, we are a little tight of time, so I know you'll help me with your dramatic background to speak succinctly and quickly, but where do you see the link between education through drama and artificial intelligence? And in the process, tell us about your work and who you are, what you do.
Well, let's start with drama, and Dorothy Heathcote defined drama as no penalty zone for learners. And this means that imagination, creativity, experimenting with perspectives, fictitious challenges, moral dilemmas, free from indoctrination or dominance of a given authority. In the virtual world or in fiction world like drama is, we are equal agents who learn from each other through dialogue and can confront in a relatively painless way what we know and stand for through experience of performing imagined actions in improvised context. In drama, we can stop and reflect on cognitive and emotional consequences of what we improvise, our improvised behavior, and plan how to learn to better be able to solve problems both individually and collectively. Thanks to artificial intelligence, the agents of learning are both real humans and virtual constructs who receive complex information from a given environment and performing actions. Now innovators all over the world, also in Poland, are working to design systems so that those constructs will perceive information and extend our mutual learning into unknown environments. And I think that the link with drama is that virtual agents are perceived as status-free characters, like for instance bots are used for some of the programs. Some of the symbols are with me. I just printed them out for you to see. Simply, these bots allow the students to be playful and to be playful with them, which unblocks creativity, critical thinking of learners who otherwise reduce the risk in education and limit themselves to safe questions, safe answers, and favor explicit knowledge and reasoning the same way traditional teachers do.
Adam, we're short of time, but I just want people to know they can link with you right after this. Maybe you can give us an email address. Adam has had tremendous success bringing in marginalized young people in Gdańsk, Poland, in Gaza Strip, and elsewhere who have suffered serious self-esteem issues, and working with them through drama in person, but also virtually through artificial intelligence. He's had enormous success. If you'd like to connect with him, Adam, could you give us your email, please?
Yes, my email is arusil@ug.edu.pl. That's my university email address.
And here at 92nd Street Y, we can get that for you if you didn't get that. Thank you so much, Adam.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure to introduce Tim Pool, a journalist who rose to the spotlight for his unique broadcast style of covering Occupy Wall Street and the resulting protests that have occurred since. So how did you get started covering the Occupy Wall Street movement?
Good question, because I don't entirely know, but I was sitting around, I had heard about what was happening in New York, and it seemed really important. There are a lot of people who had come down here, and they wanted to make a difference, and they were upset about particularly things like Citizens United, the bank bailouts, which a lot of people aren't happy about. But I wasn't hearing about it on the news. I was hearing about it on social media, YouTube, Facebook, etc. And I ended up seeing a video of police brutality, essentially, a man getting dragged by his leg on his hand, and when they drop him, you can see that his hands are bleeding. And so that just spurred me to action, and I got up and said, no, I have to know what's going on, because videos, they're good, but so I hopped on a bus. A few hours later, I was down here in New York. I started filming. All I really had was a smartphone. I started filming. I started shooting pictures. And on the 8th day, the police had arrested a few of the live streamers. So what they were doing was they had laptops in their hands with batteries glued to duct taped to them and hotspots, and they were holding up webcams and just sort of pointing at things to show people what's happening during the marches and in Zuccotti Park. So after three of the live streamers were arrested, Vlad, who had actually set up this stream in the center of the park, was worried they were going to arrest him too, and said, does anybody have a mobile app that can stream? So I downloaded it, but didn't need to use it essentially for anyone. And my stance has always sort of been to learn and experience, to try and better understand. I like to get all the facts before I make a decision about what the answer is going to be. And there's just too much information. So instead of just filming, I realized it was not only safer but more efficient to start streaming with the Ustream app is what I was using. And then as people started to find out that I was essentially broadcasting live from Occupy Wall Street, they started to join in chat and have conversations with me. And so that started this narration where it went from essentially just me documenting for I have no idea what, just to have the information, to essentially doing a live report. And then I guess, for Occupy Wall Street, it really culminated on November 17th. I was able to, with just a cell phone, just a cell phone, I had 750,000 viewers during the big action. 32,000 people marched. And I mean, there are television stations that strive for those numbers, and it's pretty amazing now that everyone here, I mean, most people here can do the same thing.
And as a member of the media, I know that 750,000 is a significant number. If you're reaching 750,000 people, it's pretty significant. So I'm just curious that as an independent broadcaster and journalist, if journalist isn't a word you identify with, what do you think that you capture that the more traditional, or traditional with quotations around it, media misses?
I think there's an issue with what people call like the mainstream media, and there's a few. One is that they're generally beholden to advertisers, and what we saw with the streaming companies is that normally they have ads rolling on the videos, but the ad companies said we don't want to be affiliated with civil unrest and protests, so they had to pull them off, essentially making the channels ad-free. So there are outlets that don't necessarily, or they're not necessarily able to show everything out of fear, and then at the same time there's a matter of, does the organization have the resources or the focus for one issue? When I go down to an event, and I've been covering essentially many different protests all this past year, I focus 100%. During the raid on Zuccotti Park, I was live broadcasting for 21 hours straight. That's pretty much what the mainstream outlets can't do, because they have to focus on so many different stories that, I've seen local news teams, they come down to, the march at the DNC, for instance. They have all the live equipment ready, but they can't just interrupt, Channel 2 and say, we're going to go live the whole day. There's television shows, there's commercials, and there's other stories happening. But I can do that. And the people who want to watch can come on and they can watch whenever they want. And sure enough, we find that people want to watch.
And as you're keeping your cameras rolling, I know that in certain situations you've gotten flack from Occupy protesters who have just been like, turn the camera off, we're doing something illegal, we know this is illegal, we don't want you filming this, but you keep filming. You don't have an editor telling you to stop, it's just your editorial decision, or it's your decision as a voice. Why do you keep on filming?
To me, it's like a moral decision, and it's funny because, I'm citing morals, but I really think that everyone has a different idea of what good is. There's like subjective morals that come into play, especially in politics. Now, when I come down and see this protest happening, and the most famous incident was protesters deflating NYPD tires, I'm there to show everyone what is, because it happened. I don't see a point in hiding the facts, the truth, so that one agenda can triumph over another. So when I got the police telling me you turn that camera off, or that they want to take my footage away or something like that, and in Chicago I actually had 12 vehicles surround my car and at gunpoint and interrogate me and my friends. And then if I have protesters telling me the same thing, it's all the same thing. The information is what's important, because if people can just know what's happening, then I think we'll have a better shot at really getting the answers right. There's so many political agendas and opinions involved, and then you have people lying or withholding the truth to push their particular agenda. And that's not how science works. Science works by, here are the facts, here are the predictions we can make, and here's what will happen. So when it comes to governing, when it comes to economics, people just should get the bare facts. What happened, happened, and now you decide.
So I know in that moment you're hearing from the protesters who are deflating the police cars and they're saying, don't film us doing this. Do you ever hear from them later, thank you for showing everyone exactly what the protests looked like, thank you for making the data fully available? Yeah, there's, the people that were down here at the time took issue with it, and they took issue with it for a while. It wasn't a particularly large group, but it was a more radical ideology that was upset that I was basically negating their propaganda. I've actually had one person approach me and say, quote, "Only information that benefits Occupy Wall Street should be coming out of independent journalists," end quote. And yeah, and I'm like, crazy? Like, it's not about what you want. It's about what actually is. I'm just one person on a planet of billions. Who am I to decide what's the right way to do things? But what I can do is help distribute information so that people can make the correct decision. So I want to shift the focus over a bit, especially for the Mashable community and followers in the room. Could you tell us a bit about the technology that you use in your reporting? Because I know you have a lot of interesting ideas coming out of your use of your smartphone.
It's pretty much like this, and it's a phone. A lot of people have them, but I've done a little bit more. So I have an external battery that can power a phone for maybe 15 hours, and when we're seeing this upgrade to 4G, especially 4G LTE, you only really need a megabit upload rate per second to get close to high definition. So with just a smartphone, you can send tweets, you can send messages, photos, and do a broadcast for a very long amount of time. However, that is not to say that there aren't some pitfalls. They overheat and they shut down. So my friend Jeff and I and the wonderful, wonderful people at CrashSpace in Los Angeles put together a cooling system using a computer fan that plugs into an external battery so that I can be running a hotspot in 100-degree weather in Tampa like we did without having any problems. And then another thing that's mentioned on the title of this event is the drone. So my friend Jeff had an idea of using a quadricopter drone, it's like a remote control helicopter, to film stuff flying around. And sure enough, in November he hits me up after the big events, and he's like, we need to get this project rolling. So someone donated a few drones to us. After several computer hacking and throwing things together, we were able to, particularly TCP stacking, if anyone knows what that is, but we were able to create a system where we can have a drone do a live broadcast To me, this is significant because helicopters cost millions to operate, license pilots, fuel, insurance. But now for a couple $100 and some time, anybody can have aerial coverage from anything.
And what kind of footage have you gotten out of using these drones that you wouldn't have if you're just holding your phone in your hand?
There was an immigration rally down here December 5th, and I got to send it up, and it filmed the rally. So I got aerial coverage of this protest event. However, since then we've been a bit reluctant to use it. There's a federal ban on commercial use of drones, and this sort of falls in it. Yeah, kind of scary. Other people have definitely used drones for journalism, and there's actually like a drone journalism school project at some universities, and we've sort of been a bit standoffish, and these are pretty high-profile events. I saw a guy in Charlotte for the Democratic National Convention pull off a drone off his back, and he launched it in the air, and if you're a hobbyist, it's completely legal. You're totally allowed to do this. But if you're doing it in any way as a commercial endeavor, you can face federal fines and stuff like that. There was a man in Southern California used a drone he was filming real estate, and they went after him. So we have it. It's fun, and we can pretty much only use it for fun. So my original plan was to have it fly out and impress everybody, but they're kind of worried about how insurance. I don't know.
And do you have any more plans innovating with your smartphone in your reporting techniques?
There's a million things that need to be built. That's gonna change, further decentralize the ability to share information. I mean, there's a picture that's online, on Reddit particularly, where I found it, and it shows this guy. It's in the 80s, and he's got analog tape recorder and an NES, and he's basically got all the technology, all the media, camera. And he's smiling, and then someone put a picture of a cell phone underneath it, yeah, I got that too. So as time goes on, we're going to see more and more people have the ability to share information with each other. Twitter is an amazing tool for this, because you can post a message, give it a tag, and then anybody who decides to gather information on that tag will see what you got to say. And bringing more people into the conversation is really what's going to, what I consider to be it's going to help create what I consider to be social good, in that we're not going to have a few people deciding the agenda for the many, but we're going to get everyone to start participating together. And then as for technology, we're talking about load balancing. If people are familiar, I might get a bit technical, but using a tool like the Raspberry Pi, microcomputers. One of the issues is there are cellular dead zones, and if I'm doing a broadcast and I walk into a dead zone, there's no more broadcast. So, these are things that have to be overcome. They will be overcome whether I work on them or not, because there are really smart people out there doing stuff like this. And as far as I'm concerned, the technology exists for me to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm actually right after this running to a plane to go do something else.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to see what comes out of that plane. And next we have a surprise guest joining us via Skype from Cairo. We have Rami Raouf, who is an Egyptian blogger and human rights defender. He was on the ground blogging and recording during the Egyptian Revolution last year, where he live streamed video, much like Tim did, and posted photos to Flickr and pumped out tweets day and night. Rami is going to speak with us about the technology in Egypt since the revolution. And here he is. We don't have him. Sorry about that. We are going to have him momentarily. Do you have the drone with you? We can have a demo.
It's at a mailbox in Soho. So, but I don't know, ask me another question, come on.
Another question, okay. So we had the opportunity to speak in December, which was, a long time ago as far as these protests are going. And you mentioned you were working on an Occupy a documentary about the Occupy Wall Street. I don't know, it was some.
That's the really hard thing to do. I've got terabytes and terabytes of footage from everything that happened, and I can't find anybody, I don't know why, nobody wants to go through it all. Yeah, it's a year's worth of.
And now we have Rami. No, we don't have.
Sorry for the confusion, everybody.
Well, we can go.
So we're actually going to postpone Rami for a few minutes. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Tim. Before we go to Egypt, we are going to hear from Dr. Eric Schott from Mount Sinai Hospital.
All right. Thank you. I'm dressed for the Palo Alto vibe here in New York City. So I'm just going to talk briefly about some of the big technologies we've been innovating and applying in the healthcare arena to revolutionize how we diagnose and treat disease. And one thing I wanted to point out is that we truly are living in a very big data world, right? Big data all around you, from your cell phones to text messages to digital movies, music, surveillance cameras, weather monitoring, and so on. We're inundated with big data. In fact, the digital universe of data now exceeds a zettabyte of data, right? That's a phenomenal amount of information. That's 21 zeros. And how big is 21 zeros? Well, if you had 30 or 60 billion 16 gigabyte iPhones, you could store the digital universe of information on that iPhone. It would stretch to the moon. So it's very big data. And of course, in the healthcare arena, with the DNA sequencing technologies and other technologies that have the ability to accelerate and generate vast mountains of data, we're now able to monitor in a very comprehensive fashion all the different dimensions of data going on within you. And once we collect those mountains of data, we can use very sophisticated algorithms to understand how the molecular variables that we score, whether it's DNA, RNA, metabolites, proteins, vitamins, and so on, how they connect in this nonlinear fashion to form networks of biological activity. And of course, these networks don't act in isolation, right? They act as a network of networks communicating throughout your system. By understanding those different functional units, those different networks, we can understand beyond a single gene level how these different features are communicating with within your system, both within a single cell type, but also across all the different organ systems within your body. And so this is the sort of circuitry that we're putting together with high-end technologies and high-end informatics and data analytics. And the ultimate goal is that in generating this information on you, building better predictive models, we're going to get at a more accurate diagnosis for disease, and we're going to be able to come up with better treatments. In this revolution, we're in the midst of it. We're driving hard at Mount Sinai, and so we're looking forward to the future and applying this in that clinical arena. So that's it for my little intro. And now I think I'm introducing Christina and Matt, who are going to be on a panel discussion for the rest of the time. Thank you for your attention.
Hi. My name is Matt Morgan. I was a communications officer for the Red Cross for several years. More recently, I'm taking a leave of absence from the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. And I'm here today to talk to you guys about a new startup, a social good startup. Proud to talk about it for the first time in a public space with so many amazing people here in attendance. But before we go into the details of it, I'm very fortunate, too, to be joined by Christina Bellantoni, who is the politics editor of NewsHour on PBS. So I'd like to turn it over to Christina so she can introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. Just very quickly about myself, I've worked in both traditional newspaper reporting jobs, and then also I've just made the transition to television earlier this year. So one of the reasons I was so interested in this project is, a lot of new technology bridging a lot of different ways to tell a story and to communicate with people and work on interactivity with the people that are experiencing journalism. And Matt and I met at Harvard. I was an Institute of Politics fellow in the fall semester of 2011.
Thank you. So, Shoutabout. I work with two other great people, Albert and Micah. And we started Shoutabout in response to three basic ideas. Number one, there's lots of people that really care about social and political issues. Two, we identified that news coverage was a principal driver of people thinking about, caring about, talking about these issues. And three, when you actually read these issues, when you encounter them, it's very tough to know what you can do to actually make an impact. You can share on Facebook, you can make a comment on the page, but otherwise, there's this huge barrier between awareness and action. You become more aware of problems, but you are not actually able to act on any sort of constructive solutions. So, with that in mind, Shoutabout intends to take advantage of a particular moment in time to empower movements, to add supporters, to push forward new ideas and new policies. And the idea is that if you care about something, you should shout about it. We want to give you a voice. So, what does that mean? Shoutabout, in a nutshell, is a plugin that you can add to a news site at the end of a news article, and it gives you opportunities to take action or learn more. An individual, a reader, that's on the actual article has the opportunity to click on an action, to vote up an action if they so decide, and then anyone that's submitting content actually at the end of that article can track how many people are clicking through, and news sites can also track those metrics. We know already that news empowers action, that news inspires action. So one study, for example, with NPR in 2010 demonstrated that 2/3 of people that listened to coverage at some point had done further research on an issue. They were very much interested in the issues that were being covered. And a full quarter of people at some point had actually taken action. But Shoutabout intends to really lower that barrier for activism. So at the end of a story, again, very easy to click on a link that's relevant to take action or learn more. And so in testing that we've done with PBS NewsHour and also with other sites like The Motley Fool, we've been able to feature a wide variety of links that people have engaged with, and we're really happy to see such engagement to demonstrate the validity of what we're doing as we began to build this out and promote it more widely. But to talk more specifically about the pilot with PBS NewsHour, I'll turn it back over to Christina.
Yeah. One of the things I like so much about Shoutabout is that so often when you read a news story, the conversation ends there. It just finishes. You've read it and maybe it makes you mad, and if you're lucky you've clipped it out and you're sending it to your cousin in California. But Shoutabout sort of lets you keep going and learn more information, whether that's from a transparency standpoint, maybe you're researching on Wikipedia more details about the topic, or maybe it's actually taking action. An example that we've used at the NewsHour, we basically embed this widget into as many stories as possible that the NewsHour is covering. And we have, all variety of stories from foreign policy. I'm the political editor, so a lot of politics coverage, but also health stories, technology. And so when the Aurora shootings happened a few months ago, we had the Shoutabout widget there, and one of the links that is submitted through the Shoutabout community, and it gets voted up and sort of vetted through the community, was to sign a petition to urge President Obama and Mitt Romney to talk about gun control. And we saw that was just so much engagement of people wanting to do more after they read a little bit about what was happening with these shootings. And that's just one small example of ways that we've seen people engaging, not just with the NewsHour, but beyond our own site and with these other sites. And I also really like it because it's so editorially independent. You have the community making sure that the highest quality of links and other sites are rising up to the top. And it's also really great for us as a news organization because it helps us keep the conversation going, keep our readers engaged, and it boosts, we write the Morning Line newsletter every day, for example, which is political analysis. It boosts our own traffic to that and really fosters this sense of community.
Oh, thanks, Christina. So I mentioned that we are in pilot right now. We're happy to launch here, and if you guys like the concept, we encourage you to check out our website. It's shoutabout.org. Sign up. If you represent a nonprofit or an organization, a political campaign, sign up, and there's a very particular set of tools on the site that allow you to identify where Shoutabout has been embedded across the internet, so you can, in a very timely way, add any links that you have that are relevant to news stories, to blog commentary, to any type of coverage. If you work with a news organization or a blog, we'd also love to talk with you more about what we're building, why we think that it will benefit you, and we can show some data to help demonstrate that. But the bottom line is, we encourage you to shout about what you care about. Don't just share stuff on Facebook. And thank you very much for your time.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Stacey Green from Mashable, and we're going to take a few moments to go to our sister location downtown, 92Y Tribeca, and check in with a hackathon. Yesterday and today, about 100 developers and designers have been down there working on what will be the next great mobile app for social good. And this is something that Ericsson, who is a partner of the Social Good Summit, has put on working with AT&T. So we're going to turn it over to Jeff Hollingworth, who is going to be video conferencing in from Tribeca to see what's happening. Jeff?
Stacey, hi. Welcome again. Welcome back. We're still down here. Excited to connect back again. Actually, brought a friend, new friend, gentleman called Emil Scandal. Great name. Emil's actually in politics. So, tell me, Emil, what have you been developing?
So we're creating a location-based polling service. It's called Poll Together and simplifies voting for organizations and community groups.
So, hopefully we'll get a demo already this evening of this application where it will shorten the time for people to actually collaborate and empower their voice in organizations anywhere based on their location. Very, very cool. Emil also has a startup. Tell us a little bit about that, Citizen Nation.
So we're creating a political platform for politics, of course, and it connects people to elected officials and candidates, and then also informs them about elections as well as issues and needs.
So, one example of something that we're discovering down here, there's many, many more in the room that we'll have presented tonight, and I think we're checking back in at 8:10 and we'll announce the winner. So back to you, Stacey.
We'll be looking forward to hearing who wins the hackathon today. So keep up the good work and best of luck. Speak to you soon. Thank you. I have one exciting announcement. You may have already seen this on social media, but we have a distinguished guest joining us tonight for the evening program. So the evening program is going to be a lot of fun. We are going to have some more amazing sessions, as you can see from the agenda. We're going to have a networking reception up in the Digital Media Lounge, and then we're going to come back and we're going to hear from Mir Servino, and also Jane Goodall will be joining us. So that's going to be a wonderful session. So really encourage everyone to stick around. It's going to be a full day, but it's going to be really, really worthwhile. So now I'm going to get off the stage and we're going to go into our next session.
Hi everybody, I'm Henry Timms of the 92nd Street Y. I wanted to take a moment to talk to you a little bit about really what we're trying to achieve with the Social Good Summit and the global conversation. So, you know, this all really began 3 years ago in 2010 when we had the first Social Good Summit. And what we were getting excited about then is, I think, what we're getting excited about now, was this idea that actually there are new communities who are addressing some old problems in some really new and quite inspirational ways. And the first year, we had this real power of the Mashable audience, of this idea of what Mashable calls the connected generation. So many of them are here in the building today, so many of them are around the world. But we also thought to ourselves, we didn't just want to do a sort of fringe social media event. We really saw the Social Good Summit as an act of constructive disruption. We knew we were doing something differently, but it was so important to all of us that we actually plugged it in with what was really happening at the UN. So Mashable and 92Y really began to start working with the UN Foundation and Kathy Calvin. And what really began to happen was we actually got some interest from inside the UN to bring voices from the UN outside to talk to the outside world. So year one was a really interesting experiment. One of the fun things in the first year was we had to twist quite a lot of arms at the UN to persuade people that they didn't need to speak for a full 90 minutes. We also had to twist some arms on the social media side of things, that people could talk more expansively than their killer 3-minute PowerPoint presentation. And we found a happy middle ground. And what we began to see happening because of you, because of the audience around Social Good Summit, what we began to see happening was that actually what we could do is form a bridge. We could form a bridge between the global issues that we're trying to solve at the UN, and we could form a bridge with the incredible technologically connected generation around the world who really wanted to be welcomed into the conversation. So that was the genesis of the Social Good Summit. In the week tomorrow, you know, the UN, the heads of state begin to arrive. They come to the UN. But UN Week in New York was historically about things being closed. It was about closed streets. It was about closed doors. what we've begun to do and what you've allowed us to do is start opening things up. What we began to do this year, after the successes of year 1 and year 2, we really started this year with a much bigger challenge for ourselves. We began to say to ourselves, can't we actually scale this even further? Having this here at the 92nd Street Y is one step in the right direction, but there are voices all over the world who need to be heard. So I want to take a moment to thank a couple of partners who have allowed us to take the Social Good Summit from what's been a very connected generation, both locally and via live stream, but actually it's allowed us to take things to the next level. What we started to think about last year was we had so much engagement around the world, so much engagement via live stream, but we weren't hearing as much as we wanted to in terms of people's own ideas and solutions. We weren't actually getting people to meet up in the way we thought we could. So we set ourselves a challenge. We said, can we actually have a conversation with people all over the world? Can we find a way of actually energizing small local groups to come together to try and address some of the big global issues? And there were 2 partners who really allowed us to do this in a new way. First, the UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme. Now, for those of you who don't know them, they're the people who really have offices all over the world on behalf of the UN, and especially they've got offices in the developing world. So what their participation allowed us to do was they actually said to us, look, we will undertake to get our local offices to start meetups in our communities. We will get our people to actually reach out and convene these meetups. And they've done an amazing job of having meetups as a part of the conversation tomorrow in places like Afghanistan, in places like Somalia, in places like Kosovo. We're seeing some voices come to the table that I don't think have really been heard as part of a global convening. We also started to work with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and I think this is especially important because, firstly, obviously in terms of their scale and their amplification, this took everything to a new level. But what they've really been able to do is reach out to China. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have done an incredible job working for social good in China with a lot of the key players there. And what will be starting this evening during the night at 2:30 our time in New York will be the live stream of the event that is taking place in Beijing. So we are going to see on the live stream tonight at 2:30 for those of us still up. And what we will see is we will hear the stories and we will hear the conversations coming out of Beijing, all joining the global conversation that we are all a part of. So we really thought to ourselves, this was an interesting idea, and could we get people thinking all around the world about how we can solve some global issues? What we were overwhelmed by was the response. The last time we checked, we had 235 meetups being planned around the world in almost 100 countries. Monday's the day that most of these will happen, but as we finish our session tonight, we'll be handing over to Nairobi and handing over to Beijing, and what you're going to begin to see from, we hope, this afternoon is the first videos having come in from the meetups around the world. Because what we've actually done is we've asked all of the communities around the world to film their efforts, to film their conclusions, so as we can share the conclusions from their summits at our summit. So what you'll start to see this afternoon, and you'll see a lot of tomorrow, is videos representing the voices of people around the world who are all coming together to join the global conversation. I think this is something that we need to take a moment to thank all of you, because we have become a community who have interacted around the idea of forming one global conversation. I don't think it's ever been done before. It is entirely reliant on the generosity of the people involved. So on behalf of all the partners, thank you for letting me take this moment to explain what we've been doing. We'll talk more about this later. But most of all, thank you to all the meetup organizers around the world who are watching this now. Your work is just beginning over the next 24 hours, because for the next 24 hours, the sun will not set on the Social Good Summit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Henry always sums it up very well, so I won't need to go into any of that information. But I'm Rob Skinner with the United Nations Foundation. We've got a great program, and it's going to continue right now. Our next guest could not be a better fit for this year's Social Good Summit theme: digital, global, action. She has embraced digital and social media as a means to engage citizens, particularly young people, in international diplomacy. Her entire career has been spent working and finding ways to solve our toughest global issues. And every day in her work as the United States Permanent Representative to the United Nations, she demands and gets action from her counterparts in the Security Council and General Assembly. I guarantee that nobody in this city has a busier schedule this week than she does. So we could not be happier that she has decided to join us at the 2012 Social Good Summit. Please welcome Ambassador Susan Rice in conversation with Mashable CEO Pete Cashmore.
Thanks, Rob. Well, thanks so much, Rob, for that introduction, and special thanks to Ambassador Rice. I know it's an incredibly busy week for you on the eve of UN Week, and it's also a privilege to have a Nobel laureate on our stage. So we thank you for joining us during this week. Obviously, here at the Social Good Summit, we're talking all about how digital can change the world and how we can use it for the greater good. I'd like to get right into it, actually. President Obama is going to arrive here in New York tomorrow. What does our audience here and abroad need to know about what the President has achieved in foreign policy and why it matters in their lives?
Well, first, Pete, obviously I want to answer that question, but let me just say thank you to you and to all of the co-sponsors of this really exciting event. It's an honor to be here, and I appreciate very much this opportunity. President Obama, when he was running for office, promised several things, and he's kept those promises, beginning with repairing our relationships around the world and strengthening and restoring our alliances and partnerships. I get to see the benefits of that every day at the United Nations, where I'm working with countries all over the world. And they approach the United States now in a constructive spirit, one of partnership, where their aim is to try to find with us common solutions to our most pressing challenges. The President pledged to end the war in Iraq and has done so. He also said that we would responsibly make the transition in Afghanistan so that Afghans themselves are responsible for their own future and their own security. And thus, that transition is on track, and all American forces will leave Afghanistan by 2014. And the surge forces, which the President sent, have now just returned home. They're on their way. He also said we would focus very clearly and consciously on al-Qaeda and the threat that that poses to the United States and our allies and partners. He's done that. Al-Qaeda's ranks, particularly in the AfPak region, as we call it, have been decimated. And of course, its leadership, including Osama bin Laden, also are gone. He has done a great deal, I think, Pete, to underscore that our leadership has to be based not just on what we say, but on what we do and on our most fundamental values. And it is that commitment that has led him to ban torture, for example, in all of its forms, or insists that when we support our men and women in the armed forces, that we do so on the basis of equality, and thus eliminated don't ask, don't tell. These are among the examples of important steps. Obviously, also, as we think about the events of the last several weeks, I think we're very proud that we were able to join with others around the world in helping to support the people of Libya in their transition and to intervene in a way that was crucial to protecting civilians there and ensuring that Gaddafi is gone and that the people of Libya, and indeed the people in many parts of that region from Tunisia to Yemen to Egypt, have the possibility now of a future that they chart on their own. So there are many aspects of our security, our values, our relationships around the world that have improved under President Obama's leadership, such that we're more secure, we're more respected, and we're more effective in accomplishing the goals that are most crucial to the American people.
And of course, President Obama has, turning to the subject of technology, has been a great advocate of social media, spoken a great deal and used it in his campaigning very recently. And I know that you're a big user of Twitter, you're a big advocate of technology. So perhaps you could tell us a little bit about how, technology can be used for foreign policy and how you can engage with members of the public here in the US and around the world.
Well, I think it's important to underscore the point that you and your colleagues who are part of this great summit know better than anybody, which is that the power of openness, the power of information, the power of innovation, and indeed technology to change so much of what we do. The President was very clear. He wanted it to change government. He wanted it to make government more accessible to the average American. So we have now something called data.gov, where anybody can go online and get some of the most detailed information available about our government, how it functions, the budget. He's insisted that we walk the talk of openness and accountability, and through his various first days in office, with his first executive orders to the establishment of something called the Open Government Partnership, where we have joined with governments from all corners of the earth in trying to implement the principles of openness and transparency on a collective basis, not only on a national basis, but in places like the United Nations, where the Open Government Partnership was launched last year. This notion of transparency and accountability is crucial. Now, when it comes to foreign policy, this is not the most necessarily modern and agile aspect traditionally of American government, but under President Obama's leadership and Secretary Clinton's, the State Department has harnessed social media to be a much more effective tool of our outreach. So, to give you one example, our ambassador to Syria, Ambassador Robert Ford, who is now obviously outside of Syria, has used Facebook to post information about where Syrian tanks are massing, using overhead imagery, which is, a benefit not only to expose what the government is doing, but also for those that are trying to protect themselves against it. It's a tool. I have, as you pointed out, have gotten into Twitter. But I got to admit,
what's your Twitter handle?
@Ambassador Rice.
@Ambassador Rice.
But I got to admit, in all honesty, when this started a couple years ago, I was a skeptic.
Right.
And I thought, how can I responsibly speak about or conduct foreign policy in what seemed to me like haiku, something of that length. And I thought it sort of might cheapen the coin. But I was so wrong, and I have gotten really into it because I realize it's a whole different way of connecting with a completely different set of voices and people around the world. It's helpful in causing me and my colleagues to distill our message to its very essence. So we've used Twitter for all kinds of things. I use it to amplify our statements in the Security Council. I use it to draw attention to humanitarian causes like the famine in the Horn of Africa, or UNICEF's efforts to raise money around the time of Halloween. I use it to call out bad guys and dictators when they're doing the wrong things. I've used Facebook, and I've also used YouTube in ways that I think have been important. So, for example, when Libya held its first real elections this past summer, I used YouTube twice. Once, in the first instance, to try to convey to the women of Libya the importance of them getting involved and registering to vote, because they've been a big part of the revolution. But I think we're sort of feeling daunted or overwhelmed about what role they might play in the transition and beyond. Right. And that had an impact in terms of boosting women's voter registration. And then I did it again, urging women to run for office and get out and actually vote on when the voting period came. So those are just some of the ways that my colleagues and I have used these new tools in new ways. And I'm sure with your inputs and your ideas, we could be more creative, more adept, more agile. And I'm certainly interested in the thoughts that you and others may have on that. But I've found it to be fun, one, and two, a great new way of connecting with an audience we wouldn't otherwise reach.
Do you see, I'm sure myself and our audience, we're very pro-social media. We think it can help everywhere, but you spoke a little bit about, the limitations of Twitter, trying to speak a message in a very short span of time. Are there any challenges, limitations? Can social media solve everything, or is there, what are the limitations?
It certainly can't solve everything. It is a tool. It's not an end in itself. It's not a solution. And of course there are limitations in that you are constricted by space. There are some places around the world where social media is most needed, but it's least accessible. Yep. Places like Zimbabwe and Eritrea and elsewhere. And it is a type of tool, as with other forms of social media, that those that wish to repress have figured out how to harness for their purposes, both through denial of access and using social media for their own less than beneficial purposes. So, I mean, again, it's a tool, and it's a tool that can be harnessed in many positive ways, but it's also a tool that can't by itself bring the sort of change that many of us seek, and it can be used in negative ways by those who are so inclined.
It's like we say, the technology is ultimately neutral. It's what you do with it that counts. And I guess on that note, you know, you mentioned that obviously our audience, you know, is the kind of audience they want to get engaged. They want to, you know, help make the world a better place. So, you know, what would your advice to us be if we, you know, want to make a difference in our communities? You know, how do we leverage, you know, technology to make a difference?
Well, you, as activists and entrepreneurs and innovators, are already on the cutting edge of contributing in critical new ways. My personal view is that we all ought to be about trying to be a force for good and for change that goes well beyond ourselves. I sometimes say, as I speak to young audiences, that they ought to be not about counting change, not about making money, but about being the change and making change. And I mean that quite genuinely, because there are lots of ways to go through life and do well for yourself, do well for your immediate family, or even perhaps your immediate clique, however you define that. But if you're oblivious to or uninterested in or leaving behind those beyond your immediate circle, then you're not, in my judgment, making important contributions and not living a life of service that I think we ought to aspire to. Now, service can take all kinds of forms. In my case, I've been primarily interested in public service and government service, and I encourage any of you who have that instinct to get involved, to think about our foreign service, our civil service, our military service, joining our pool of development experts who work around the world, or the Peace Corps. But I also believe that there are many, many other ways to serve. You can serve as an entrepreneur, you can serve as a CEO, you can serve as a journalist, you can serve as a social activist, you can serve as a religious leader. But what defines service is a commitment to those beyond yourself.
Do you feel like, though, I mean, I was just over at a panel briefly earlier for the Broadband Commission. They had some young speakers who were saying that this millennial generation, more than any, is more aware of global issues. And there were a couple of entrepreneurs there who, rather than starting the next Twitter or Facebook, had decided that they were going to start social good initiatives with their technology knowledge. Do you feel like technology has somehow made us more aware of global issues and more willing to maybe define success as helping others more so than ever before?
Well, I think yes, in short, because it's given us much greater visibility on what is happening in different parts of the world. I mean, the reality is we're living in an increasingly interconnected world. That's become a cliche, but it's true. Whether we're talking about technology, whether we're talking about threats to our national security, these threats don't come simply in the form of, you know, a big adversary with a big military. It comes from things like pandemic disease and climate change and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and terrorism. These are transnational security challenges that flow freely across the globe, and we can't do what is necessary to protect ourselves and our people if we're not prepared to work with others in all different parts of the world to accomplish these goals, because they're not the types of threats that are amenable to the kind of power that we're accustomed to wielding in every instance. So I do think that, you know, when young people have a better understanding of what's going on elsewhere, they're going to be more engaged, more effective citizens. They're going to be better citizens not only of our country but of the world. And I think that, you know, we need to go beyond what we can learn through technology and actually get out and experience the world. I think it's vitally important that young people travel, that they try to find ways to live and serve abroad, and that they speak foreign languages, and that we don't allow the world to know us better than we know the world, which is in fact the way things are trending. So I think it's, as a matter of security, as a matter of principle, as a matter of our economic strength, as a matter of being true to who we are as a people and a nation, we have to have our youngest people, the next generation, participate in the world, lead and guide the world as much or more than their peers from other parts of the globe.
Right, so even though we're increasingly connected digitally, that person-to-person, face-to-face,
yes,
traveling the world is still incredibly valuable.
So. I think so.
Just briefly, I'd love to know, we talk about how we're all empowered by social media, how increasingly groups are coming together to make change in their communities. In that world where increasingly citizens are empowered, what's the role of government? What can government do that we can't do by all joining together and starting a movement on social media?
Well, government obviously is only a piece of the puzzle. But we've been discussing this in our national discourse over the last several weeks and months. I think it's an important piece of the puzzle. It's by no means the solution. It's by no means the centerpiece. The spirit and the power of the individual, whether through entrepreneurship or social activism or just citizenship, is at the heart of what we believe in and what we stand for. But government performs certain functions without which we couldn't do what we do and be who we are. The field I work in is an obvious example. I mean, the government provides for our security and defense as a nation. It makes and implements our foreign policy. There's no way that can be done without a central voice which is representative of all of us as a people, which is not to say there isn't a role for NGOs or for social activists or bloggers or what have you in terms of shaping the world in which that policy is made or our defense needs to be preserved. But there's no substitute for government's role in that regard. Fundamental infrastructure, whether it's laying broadband cables or repairing bridges or making or creating our interstate system, those are critical functions of government that we can't do without. Where would we be without public education?
Absolutely.
An essential tool of government, R&D, and supporting cutting-edge technologies and medical research that may not be profitable for private enterprise to invest in, yet is critical to the health and well-being of our citizenry. Or standing up for and preserving and protecting the rights of all of our citizens. I mean, as an African-American woman, how can I not note that it was through, ultimately, the actions of government that I'm able to vote? And that if you were an American, your daughter would be able to vote. And that, gays and lesbians and transgender people and bisexuals in our society will increasingly have the rights that all of us expect and enjoy. These are things that government can do that there may not be other ways of accomplishing and that are fundamental to who we are and what we are as a society.
Ambassador Rice, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but you can follow @Ambassador Rice on Twitter and I'm sure carry on the conversation on social media. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Hi, good afternoon. So I hope you're enjoying a moving social good summit. Has this been enriching for you? Tell me, let me hear some reaction. Thank you very much, thank you. I hope you've been enjoying moving the world towards good using social media. I'm Saul Adler. I'm the executive director of the 92nd Street Y. Just a little bit about the Y. The 92nd Street Y is a 138-year-old Jewish institution whose mission statement calls for it to serve people of every racial, religious, ethnic, and economic group. In short, we welcome everyone into our tent as we hope you would welcome us into yours. And today, in particular, you may have noticed that we have a very big tent set up. So you may have had a little trouble getting into here because of our annual street festival. And during the course of the day today, we expect to have 300,000 people walking up and down Lexington Avenue in front of the 92nd Street Y. Downtown in our Tribeca facility, we actually have a hackathon, and there's a bunch of folks there creating apps also to improve the world. But this next conversation is particularly dear to me. In 1939 in Poland, there were 3.3 million Jews. After the war, between the Jews that had survived the Holocaust and those who returned to Poland, there were barely 300,000 left. 2 of those 300,000 were my late parents. And during my lifetime, many times, I've thought about, I fantasized, what it would have been like had it been different. What it would have been like if there was something that happened, if there was someone to warn us. What it would have been like if the world actually saw what was going on and changed it. I wondered about the grandparents I would have seen, the cousins, the aunts, the uncles that I never knew, only through stories. What it would have been like, frankly, if we had Twitter in 1939. So it's now my pleasure to introduce to you Prime Minister Cimoszewicz, chairman, and who is also chairman of the Polish Senate's Foreign Relations Committee. Before entering politics in 1989, Minister Cimoszewicz was a farm owner. 7 years later, he was prime minister. He was also Minister of Foreign Affairs between 2001 and 2004, and since 2006, Minister Cimoszewicz has taught at Warsaw University and Vistula University in Warsaw. As a member of Poland's parliament, he was deputy chairman of the Committee on National and Ethnic Minorities and a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Among many government responsibilities, he was instrumental in drawing up and adopting the Constitution of the Republic of Poland. He joins us today because he has a deep interest in human rights, and especially about someone who in fact did try to warn us, Jan Koski, the World War II underground hero who was in fact the first who was trying to warn the world of what was going on. Shortly after the Prime Minister speaks, he will be joined by Rabbi David Kalb, the Director of Jewish Education for the Bronfman Center for Jewish Life. And among Rabbi Kalb's many responsibilities, he's also the spiritual resource to the entire professional staff and leadership of the 92nd Street Y. Please join me in welcoming Minister Cimoszewicz.
Good afternoon. In the end of May this year, President Obama awarded the Medal of Freedom to 13 women and men. Some of them are very well-known personalities like Shimon Peres, Madeleine Albright, or Bob Dylan. One of them was also a Pole, Jan Karski, who was presented to you in that short presentation. Let me just add some brief information to what you've seen. Who was he and what did he do to deserve that honor? After Poland was invaded by Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union in September of '39, he became the member of Polish Underground. His task was to travel between occupied country and our government in exile, first in France, then in UK, to deliver documents and information. In '42, when Nazis launched whole-scale extermination of Jewish people in Central Europe, especially in Poland, he tried to collect as much detailed information about that as possible. To become an eyewitness, he went to the Warsaw Ghetto and then, wearing a Ukrainian Guard uniform, managed to get to one of the death camps. Then he went to UK, where he was received by top officials, including the then Foreign Minister of Great Britain, Anthony Eden. He told them what was happening in the country. He told them about the tragedy of Jewish people, begging them to do something to stop the extermination of whole nation. Unfortunately, the reaction was always almost the same. He heard that to help Jews, that was the best way to do that was to defeat Hitler, to defeat Nazi Germany. Generally, that was right, but of course not in this particular situation when every day thousands of Jews were shot, gasified, burned. Very disappointed, he came here, to the United States. Again, series of meetings. Finally, he was received by President Roosevelt in White House. Again, he told him everything about the situation in Poland. FDR was very interested in details, asked many questions, but when Karski repeated his tragic, sad story of Jewish people, the President decided to change the topic of conversation. Karski understood that he couldn't do anything more to convince leaders to act, to take an urgent action. So he started to talk, to inform public opinion. He published a book which became a bestseller. Then he gave a lot of speeches. Unfortunately, to the end of war, nothing was done to save Jewish people in Europe. That was a very disappointing outcome. After the war, many people believed that with all of those terrible atrocities of war, nothing like that could happen in the future. Unfortunately, in years to come, we had tragedy in Nigeria, we had killing fields in Cambodia, we had thousands of victims of military junta in Chile, in Argentina, we had Rwanda, Burundi, we had finally Yugoslavia, Balkans, Bosnia-Herzegovina. That shows, and that is one of the lessons we should take, that it may happen again. It may happen all the time and everywhere, not only in remote areas of, let's say, Africa, but also on other continents, including Europe. It may happen everywhere where there is a hatred between the people. It may happen everywhere where there are prejudices, where there is ignorance, where there is racism, etc. So we should, of course, try to think what can be done, how to prevent that. I believe that today, as it was said in the title of this point of the agenda, in the digital age, ordinary people can do much more than any time before. Today, nothing can be kept in secrecy. Today, with 6 billion mobile phones, with internet, everything can be reported. People can tell, people can organize themselves, people can protest, people can push on political leaders to act. Sometimes it happens, like it was in '99 in Kosovo, when NATO stopped ethnic cleansing of local people. But of course, there are also other negative examples, like Sudanese Darfur or today Syria. I believe that the present means of communication, decentralized, relatively free, allow us to act together. Karski was individual, and he failed. I believe that millions of the people can win. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us, Mr. Prime Minister. Also, we want to welcome Wanda Ubanska, the director of the Jan Karski U.S. Centennial Campaign. You know, Jan Karski's life is so fascinating, and there's so many interesting aspects to talk about, but we're here at a conference about social media, and I think the main question a lot of our conference participants would like to know about is, how do you feel Jan Karski's story would be different in a digital era?
You know, when he published the book that I mentioned just a moment ago, the number of the copies was 360,000. That was, of course, a lot in those days. So probably 1 million of American people read it. Today, probably he would tweet or write something in Google, and in a day, millions probably will read it. So the present world offers much better, much more direct access to other people, and allows to mobilize them to common action.
And do you feel?
I was just going to say, one of the opportunities today is for media, the new media, to revive forgotten figures from history, and that's happening with Jan Karski, starting with the Presidential Medal of Freedom from President Obama, and now we'll have the opportunity next spring to bring his book back through digital platforms and Georgetown University Press. So it's very exciting that we have these opportunities.
Great, so that brings us into the present, and let's go into the future. How do you see social media affecting or helping us in avoiding genocidal situations throughout the world? Can you cite some examples where this potential is going on, where it's happened, where there's been success with this situation?
I'm afraid that so far this real potential has not been used for that purpose. However, we have already very practical examples when people managed to fight very successfully for what they believed was important for them, like, you know, in Tunisia, in Egypt, or in the whole Europe against ACTA treaty. But I still cannot remind myself an example when the public opinion, global public opinion, protested against genocide or massive massacres. Let's look what is happening in Syria, and I'm afraid we are indifferent. Unfortunately, we are indifferent.
So in other words, for all technology has to offer, people still need to have a human conscience.
Absolutely.
The technology is really ultimately just a tool.
This is a mean. This is an instrument making it much easier to reach other people, to express yourself, to try to present your arguments, etc. But what is decisive is the state of mind of the people, the understanding of the situation, and their will to act.
Well, you know, I wish we had more time. This is a very important conversation. We'd like to have you both back at some time, but just for right now, I want to thank you all for your very good work. The two of you are truly transforming the world by bringing Jan Karski's story to the world, and hopefully we'll really be able to avoid other genocidal situations in the future because of your work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
From ambassadors to ministers, and next we're going to have a Nobel Peace Prize winner. We'd like to welcome to the Social Good Summit stage, founder of Grameen Bank and 2006 Nobel Peace Prize winner, Mohammed Yunus, and Stacy Green, the head of marketing at Mashable, to the stage to discuss social business. Please welcome.
Hi, hello. Hey. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Yunus, it is such an honor to have you at the Social Good Summit this year.
I'm delighted to be here.
As you can see, you are an inspiration for all of us at the Social Good Summit, and you've been a big advocate. You've been here last year, you were at the Rio Plus Social Conference, and you've done so much work with really mobilizing the next generation for good. So we're going to talk a little bit about social business. Can you tell us what that means?
Well, the next generation is a very powerful force. So we have to prepare them to use the capacity and the power they have to change the world. That's why I keep talking to the young generation. About social business, we all know about business. And the world of business means that you make money. And then we know the philanthropic, the charity world, where you give away money. So in the business world, you make money. And in the philanthropy world, you give away money. In the business world, the money that you put in, you get back more money than you put in. That's what the idea of business. In philanthropy world, you give money which never comes back. You do a good job, solve problems for the people. It's a wonderful idea to help people, but money doesn't come back. So this is the two different worlds. We are talking about an opportunity in between, where you try to solve human problems in a business way, but not for making money. To solve the same kind of problem you do through charity, to the philanthropy. But this time in a business way, meaning that money that goes out, it comes back, but solves the problem. You don't want to make money for yourself.
Right.
That's the key part of it. So that's what we are calling social business. So we are saying that this is an opportunity in between the two. It's a non-dividend company to solve human problems. That's what the social business is all about.
And one of the principles of social business is to enjoy what you're doing, right?
Absolutely, yes. We have 7 principles of social business, and one of the principles is do it with joy, have fun.
So moving back to business as business, you've talked a lot about how the current model for capitalism is broken for this new era. What kind of new capitalism do we need to get to the next generation?
Well, everybody can feel the kind of doom and gloom that's going around, and wondering what happened. What happens to the economy? We thought the capitalist system gives all the answer to our questions, but somehow we don't feel that comfortable anymore with that situation anymore. Particularly when you look at the employment situation. Unemployment is in Europe, for example, is such a high level right now. In Spain, nearly half the young population are unemployed. Even if you take the whole population of Spain, 28% of the people are unemployed. And you ask the question, what's wrong with this system? Is there something wrong with people who are not in jobs? They're as good, as human, as enterprising, as creative as anybody else. How come they're unutilized? So is it the fault of the people or fault of the system? Obviously, it's not fault of the people.
Right.
This is a fault of the system. So if it's a fault of the system, we must focus on the system, how to change the system, so that nobody will ever be unemployed. It's possible if we design the system is right, because after all, it's coming from the system, not from the people's side. So this is what the present situation is. And we're talking about Europe, where all this unemployment situation, besides all the Eurozone problems and other problems and so on. Look at the third world countries. We don't even talk about employment and unemployment because bulk of the population are unemployed anyway. Few people are employed, and bulk of them are just on their own. They take care of themselves. So if a system leaves human being in that situation, you have to be a little bit worried about that system. And the world is changing very fast. We come to a stage where that system that we somehow managed our life is not managing our life anymore because people moved far ahead and the system is not catching up. So I think it's a good time to redesign the conceptual framework so that we have a better opportunity for everybody to remain employed, remain engaged, contributing their capacity, contributing their creative power in changing the world. Why should it will be wasted, human capacity be wasted? Should the human capacity be wasted? They should be trashed? Or is the system which should be trashed so that the human capacity can come out? That's the question.
Earlier today, you were at the Broadband Commission meeting.
Yes.
And you talked about how there's been a lot happening in the last 20 years,
Yes.
including winning a Nobel Prize, disrupting economic models, but that the next 20 years is going to move even faster.
Yeah.
While that's very scary, what are you excited about? What role technology can play?
I don't feel scary about changes. I feel excited about it.
You don't, no. Some people do. Some people
I
do.
hope nobody will feel scary.
No one in
about
this
it.
room. That's why they're all
Yeah.
here.
We should be hopeful about the changes because this gives us an opportunity. The things are happening at a very high speed. And if you look at the 20 years that we have gone through, if you go back 20 years, many of us can go back 20 years and look, we never thought world would be like this. We never thought all those gadgets in our pockets at that time, all those iPods, iPhone, Blackberries, and everything. It didn't exist. But today, without that, our life is incomplete. Not only in the USA, globally, in Bangladesh, 97, where we started Grameenphone, to bring mobile phone in the villages, which didn't exist. There's only 500,000 telephone in the whole country in 1997.
1997.
Today, there are 85 million telephone subscribers in Bangladesh, a population of 160 million people. So you can imagine how quickly things have changed. And these are all internet-enabled telephones. So you brought internet facility in every person's hand. So that is the platform by which you will change the whole world. So I'm saying if you project 20 years from now, today, from now, what will be the world like? It will be totally science fiction. Total science fiction. You cannot project this is what it is going to be. No. Things that we are so proud in our pockets, in our houses, these will be all gone. This is obsolete because the new things will come and say how stupid we are. We were using all those things with such a, when we were kids, we used to do this, and our grandchildren will laugh crazy. This, you did that? So that's the situation. So why don't we use this capacity to change in a way we get where we want to? Let's imagine the world and make ourselves go in that direction, use the capacity of the technology with the creative power of the young people to make that happen. So that's the opportunity that I'm talking about. And here in the social business will play a very important role because you delink yourself from the profit-making ideas. You are engaged in solving problems. And when you bring all the creative power, all the technological power in solving problems, none of this problem can exist. I said right now, for example, there are several billion people who are illiterate on this planet. Can you imagine in this day and age, anybody remain illiterate, cannot read, cannot write, cannot count?
Can't text.
Yeah.
They can't send an email.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are several billion people on that. I said with all these kind of gadgets, all you have to do is to use this gadget in a fun thing. And then this little gadget, which has lots of fun and learning and solving problems and playing games, which teaches me how to count, how to do, without ever knowing that I'm learning. And the grandmother and the granddaughter fighting over it, who controls this? And in the process, they are saying, I can do this, and the granddaughter says, I can do better than that, in this little gadget. And everybody learns, everybody communicates, everybody does that. It's possible only if we have put our mind into that, bring all those applications into that.
So what should the people in this room and the people who are following along in many different languages online, what should they be doing to make this happen?
Concentrate on the problems and how to design businesses to solve that problem. Bring creative power to do that. Why can't we do this in a philanthropy? Philanthropy is, problem is, the shortcoming is, it's a limited money. You can't solve everything. But business money is a limitless money. So once you come up with a business model to solve problems of illiteracy, say this is one problem, and you created a business model out of it, you get your money back, but 10 people get literate out of that. If you know how to make 10 people literate out of your thing, you know how to make 100 million or 1,000 million or something, billion people out of illiteracy, because you are just repeating the same thing. So that's an opportunity. So you don't have to solve the whole world problem. You solve the problem of 5 people or 10 people. On any particular aspect. It's education, it's healthcare, it's improvement of income, it's anything. If you can solve the problem of 5 people, you have opened up the whole door for the billions of people.
So we need the creativity of everyone here.
Absolutely. That's a limitless thing. Human creativity has no limit. It's all question of challenging yourself to come up with that creative power to solve the problem. And we create a new world for ourselves.
I want to ask you one more question. You do a lot of traveling.
Yes.
What is the sentiment of the world right now?
For young people, very depressed.
Yeah.
They're, what do we do? Because they don't have much options in the present circumstances. Because we are telling the young people, work hard, so that you get good grades, get to the best schools, and get the best job in the best company. As if that is the end of the world. Right. This is not. Young people are capable of doing much more today than ever in the history of mankind. So that power, I think the real challenge that young people to feel that I have that limitless power, and then ask the question, what do I do with this power? How do I use this power to make sure I create the world that I want to live in? So that's the thing that we should be encouraging, but we are still following the same old stuff. And still we have the same classroom, same courses, same teachers.
Same aspirations.
And many of the courses, I'm told, that now even the teacher says, you don't have to come to the classes to learn all this, because in old days we did that because there's library.
There's nowhere else to learn. Yeah.
Today, you click it and everybody's in your hand.
Yeah.
You know more because I didn't have that opportunity to find this out. So what kind of system of learning will be? Will that be same brilliant teacher who will be teaching one class or teaching the whole world? And I give, I think the relevance of the Khan Academy would be good, because one Khan Academy can reach out to every single person on this planet. So why don't we have that kind of thing? So that we don't have to have the education system in the old-fashioned way.
Right.
So consistently we have to go in education using the technology that we have, and not only we have, what we can get. So we design the technology exactly the way we want people to learn as they grow up, and then ask, what do I do for the world? So I'm here for a very short period, and I have to get it done before I'm over. And I would be putting my signature on this planet. This is what my contribution was in creating the world that you have right now.
Thank you. Well, we're also here on this stage for a very short period, unfortunately, but I would like to think that you left a big mark, and you are certainly an inspiration for all of us on how you can positively disrupt the norm. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for being an advocate of the social good. Let's give Mr. Yunus a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Boaz Paldi from the United Nations Development Program. Please welcome sorry, I've lost my place. Please welcome Senator Wirth, Tim Wirth, President of the United Nations Foundation and A Better World Fund, Maggie Fox, President and CEO of A Climate Reality Project, and Alex Fitzpatrick of Mashable, and a video message from Al Gore discussing climate and energy, the next digital frontier. Thanks.
Thank you for joining us. First question is for you, Senator Wirth. At a Rio Plus Social conference, you talked about engaging youth in environmental issues. Now, speaking as a fairly young person myself, I can tell you that many of my peers are concerned more with finding a job and paying off student loans than the environment right now. How would you like to engage youth in environmental issues and getting that to the top of their issue list?
Well, the number one issue in the world is climate change, and that's going to pervade everybody's lives for your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. What surprises me is that we haven't had a kind of outpouring of outrage among young people in particular about what the future of the world is going to look like. We have a calcified political system that can't respond to the climate issue. It's afraid of the big energy companies. And how do we break into that? That is a responsibility for the future. People are going to have to find a job, no question about it, pay a mortgage and raise children and all that sort of thing, but it's all not going to go for anything if we destroy the world in which we live. Social movements are essential for political change. And they have not, if you just look at the last 50 years of the United States of America, what have the big social movements been? They've been related to women, the environment, poverty, civil rights, and none of those started from the top down. They all started from the bottom up. And that's what the magic, it seems to me, of the social media could be. And that's where all of the group that's here, and I hope other people, can fit in. Now, how we organize that, we're going to hear from Maggie and Al Gore and so on. It's absolutely imperative that we do that. That's what the future is going to be, Alex.
Excellent. Maggie, along those lines, I'm wondering if part of your mission at Climate Reality is to use social media, something we're talking about a lot today, in order to advance the message of climate protection. And I'm wondering, how do you, when you have such a global campaign to do that, there's a lot of noise, whether it's just spam or people getting engaged with it that are off message, that kind of thing. How do you separate the noise in a social media campaign like that and get the people who are actually engaging with it get their message into Climate Reality?
Well, first of all, it's a fabulous question, Alex.
Thank you.
There's an oversimplified answer that everyone here will understand, and I think concurs exactly with Tim, which is we have to take over that noise. We have to own it. It has to be our noise. There's been a professional denier industry hard at work, just like it's been hard at work with tobacco and a number of other movements in history. We have to take over that noise and make it and own it for ourselves. We actually created the Climate Reality Project, rebirthed it, if you will, in 2011, understanding that the language around climate wasn't working for us. And climate and reality need to come together, and we actually have to own that space, take it and really develop it into ways that people connect to in their everyday lives. What's happening with climate change around the world, there's one common denominator that's very powerful, and that's extreme weather. Stepping into that space and making a connection between what's happening with extreme weather and everyday lives of individuals is one way to take over that noise. There's a lot of conversation out there. Twitter and all the other forms of communicating, and people are talking about weather, but they're actually not always connecting the dots between what's happening with weather and climate change. So when I say take over the noise, I mean take over the conversation, own the conversation. That's what we're going to have to do.
Now, what would be a concrete example of, say there's a big hurricane that hits, how would you connect that to a broader message of climate change?
Well, we are actually announcing an event when Vice President comes on a little bit later called 24 Hours of Reality, Dirty Weather. It's our event that we're doing on November 14th and 15th of this year, 24 hours of global live stream content about dirty weather all over the planet that's occurred just in the last year. We're defining dirty weather as weather caused by dirty energy being climate change caused weather. So when you're in a conversation about weather, whether it's about, I'll give you a good example here in New York. The Gowanus Canal actually flooded, and over the banks of the canal came an amazing amount of dirty water, and the community was quite stunned by it here in Brooklyn. Everyone was talking about it, and how did this happen? Why did it happen? When can we clean it up? How does it get cleaned up? But there was only a part of the conversation about how it was caused. Getting into that conversation through social media and talking about the climate connection is a really critical next step, actually, to making it our issue and owning that noise.
Excellent. Senator Wirth, I'm wondering, I've noticed that environmental issues haven't really been at the forefront of the 2012 election. We're 44 days from Election Day, and it's been about the economy, about jobs, about foreign policy, particularly in the past few weeks. I'm wondering if you think it's too late to put environmental issues at the top of the order.
Well, it ought to be at the top. We all know it ought to be at the top of the order, but it's, there's a lot of political, honestly, a lot of political cowardice going on. There's a huge amount of money on the other side of the issue. So if politicians put their heads up on behalf of doing something about climate, they get hammered. The Koch brothers are going to buy millions of dollars of advertisements to try to defeat them. I mean, it's a really nasty nexus of big money and campaign finance problems. So I think what we have to do is to, and I think what Al Gore does, Al Gore is the Pied Piper of all of this, no question about it, but we got to increase this noise around the country very, very significantly. I think we have to have a very broad dialogue all across the country. If I were sitting in this conversation with President Obama re-elected, and he said, what should I do? I'd say what I would do if I were you is to sponsor a huge amount of public discussion, public debate across the country, use the social media, use young people to talk about the reality of climate change, the reality of climate change. Why is it that members of the Texas delegation, for example, do nothing and vote against it while their state's frying? You know, they're in a huge drought. You know, there's been nothing like it. This is going to continue and continue and continue, and nobody says anything to them. They get away scot-free. What's that all about?
Senator, you brought up Al Gore, and I think that would make right now an excellent time to introduce a special video announcement we have from Al Gore about climate reality.
That would be great.
Good afternoon. It's my great and genuine pleasure to join you at the Social Good Summit. I'm sorry I can't be with you there in person, but I'm very thrilled to be represented by Maggie Fox, the CEO of the Climate Reality Project. First of all, thanks to everyone who is watching and participating in this impressive global event. And a special thank you to the organizers and sponsors, especially the 92nd Street Y, Mashable, the United Nations Foundation, and a shout out to my friend Tim Wirth, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. You all have brought together leading thinkers and voices from the worlds of business, media, art, and culture to harness the power of today's new media and technology to mobilize action toward a more just and sustainable planet. We face a global crisis of unprecedented proportions. We are dumping 90 million tons of heat-trapping carbon pollution into the atmosphere every 24 hours, and it's altering our climate. Now we find ourselves living in what the scientists call a new normal of more extreme weather that's happening all over the world with increasing frequency. And the results, fire, flood, drought, crop and livestock devastation, refugees, just to mention a few, impact everyone, everywhere. But like all crises, this one includes opportunity as well as danger. Last fall, we aired our first 24 hours of reality, a live-streamed multimedia event from every time zone in the world. It was a global conversation with over 8 million views and 120 million Twitter impressions, with comments in the social media stream running every 3 seconds. This year, we're creating something we call the Dirty Weather Report, because the weather we're experiencing now is just that, dirty. It's fueled by dirty fossil fuel energy and misinformation. This crisis has to be understood in order to be stopped. The misinformation includes messaging that it's not happening, that we can't solve it, that we can't afford to act. However, together, with your help and the full force of our 21st century technology and media, we can stop the misinformation and the dirty weather, and we can solve the climate crisis. So please follow us at Climate Reality. Tune in November 14th. And for the many influencers out there who have tuned into this summit, help us fight against the messages from the climate deniers. Help us by mobilizing your networks and partners and asking them to watch and participate. Together we will solve this crisis and we will seize its opportunities. Thank you so much for all your support.
Great job.
Maggie, I have one follow-up question. I find it interesting that you use the phrase dirty weather, particularly because the coal industry uses the term clean coal as a sort of advertising rebranding effort.
I wonder why we did that.
Now, where do you draw the line between clean energy and dirty energy? What are the forms of energy you see as clean and dirty?
Well, renewable energy is clean energy, and there are a lot of different kinds of clean energy. What we're talking about is the difference between energy that pollutes the planet and energy that fuels our society. So there's a huge difference. Carbon pollution is dirty, it is unhealthy, and it is, as Al said and Tim said, it's actually changing our globe, our planet, the livability of it, and our ability to have a future. When you asked that question in the beginning about how kids, young people today are worried about student loans and finding a job, as Tim said, those things are not different from climate. There is no livable planet. The ability to pay back loans is based on a sustainable planet. And your ability to have a sustainable planet is based on actually focusing on that. So dirty energy isn't necessary. We don't actually have to live in a world with dirty energy and face these. We can change it, and we know it. The solutions are available all over the world. It takes us, it takes this room full of people and everyone online coming together and deciding that and making that shift, both as individuals and collectively together. As Tim said, social movements are what has driven change. We are the ones who can drive this change and make this shift.
Staying along the lines of naming and rebranding, the name climate reality suggests that there are many people out there who haven't yet who don't believe that climate change is a reality. And I'm wondering if somebody is so steadfast in their belief that either climate change doesn't exist, it's not man-caused, it's not caused by human action. How does it, if we're talking about social media campaigns with climate reality, how can a tweet or a YouTube video change somebody's mind?
Well, I don't think we need to change people's minds. I actually think it's important to distinguish between people who aren't clear and people who are professional deniers. There are very few people out there in the professional denier industry. They are paid to get up and make sure that you're confused or that you don't understand the connection between what's happening. So first, we drown them out. One of the most important elements of standing up to denial is to understand that the denial is fueled by the industry that wants to keep the status quo, the same industry that's actually killing our planet. So we own the ability to shut down that denial and move into reality. Once we embrace reality, that's really where the very big and important conversation takes place, which is what does our clean energy future look like? Because it's going to be a mix, and it's our job to sort out what that mix is about.
Alex, most people here probably don't remember the cigarette advertisements in which the doctor in the white coat got up there and said, if you smoke Chesterfields, you're going to be healthier than you were yesterday. If you smoke Old Golds, it's better than Chesterfield. You'll get even, you know, this was a denial industry heavily funded by the tobacco industry. It's a perfect parallel, except the climate issue is so much more dangerous to everybody. Everybody didn't smoke. You know, a lot of people still do, even though they know, you know, that they shouldn't. People are still smoking. You're not going to change their minds, but you're going to get people over the want-to line to say, hey, I ought to stop thinking about smoking. I ought to start really thinking about what's happening with my globe, what's happening with my Earth, how much energy am I using, what can I do, you know, to help to influence what's going on in my backyard. Those are the people that are going to make a difference, and they're, in my view, you know, a very large majority of people in this country. And we have to get to them, organize them, and win this thing. If we don't, you know, our responsibility to a next generation is going to be one in which they're going to look at us and say, where were you?
Well, that leads me to a great question. How can the people in this room and at the hundreds of meetups that we've organized across the world do something about climate change? What can they do to help the issue?
Well, I think creating a network of people really working on climate change is absolutely imperative. You know, working with everybody here has got their own Twitter network, has got their own social media network. We've got to get out to all of these people, really alert them. There's a sense of urgency to this. You know, I think this is happening now in a lot of places. Bill McKibben, for example, 350.org is starting to organize about getting rid of fossil fuels altogether. That's the long-term goal. There are a number of different organizations now happening. Each of us is going to have to get onto the ones that we think are important and talk to our friends, colleagues, contents, and say on, this is the issue that we all have to organize on. It is imperative. And I think that can happen. It's such an obvious issue, particularly for young people in this country.
Thank you, Senator Maggie. Same question. What can people in this room do?
Well, first, I think there's a whole suite of things, and let me ask you first to join us on November 14th and 15th. 24 Hours of Reality is literally that. We created a global live-streamed event last year, and we're going to do it again this year, and actually showcase the dirty weather events that are occurring all over the world and make those connections between those dirty weather events and climate change and give people the opportunity to step up and do something about it. So join us first. The second is I want to echo what Tim said. I think of it in three ways. You've got your time, you've got your dime, and you've got your voice. And you need to use all three all the time. With your time, you actually have to take actions in your own life. And yes, when you do that and you understand the impact of climate change, you know that your individual actions cannot turn the tide. But collectively, they make a big difference, and it allows you the moral authority to step up and demand the system changes that we need. The second is use your dime. You have purchasing power, and you have choices to buy things and use things that are made sustainably not using fossil fuels. You can do that, and you can do that a much broader way than we've ever been able to in history. And the more you do, the more those products are going to be available. And the third is even more important, is to use your voice. Wherever you are in the world, whether you can vote or you can't vote, whether you can blog or you can't blog, there are ways to use your voice, and stepping up and using your voice in every way possible, it's what's needed. The capacity to take this issue on and run it and lead it is there. We have the numbers. What we need is to come together, and that's what the power of social media will allow us to do. We have the committed minority. We have to find each other, stay connected, and drive this change forward. I am absolutely certain. I'm not worried anymore about whether we can do it. I'm worried about how fast we will do it.
Excellent, thank you. Maggie Fox, President of the, CEO
right. Well, both of those words work.
President and CEO, there you go. And Senator Wirth, President of the UN Foundation. Thank you both so much for your time today.
Alex, good questions. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
I am so thrilled to introduce Ambassador Louis DeBaca, Ambassador at Large, Office to Monitor and Combat Trafficking in Persons at the Department of State, Allison Friedman, Senior Coordinator for Public Engagement at that same office, and Justin Dillon, Executive Director of Slavery Footprint.
Justin. Thank you. Well, hello, everyone, and thanks for having us. I think that one thing that might have caught people by surprise when you heard us introduced was this notion of the word slavery here in the year 2012, here at the 92nd Y. But I think that especially this weekend, this is the time to talk about slavery. Because this morning, when the sun came up, it was the 150th anniversary of the first day in American history when the sun came up over a free country. Because it was on September 22nd, 1862, that President Lincoln issued the Preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, in which he said that slavery would no longer exist. Now, it's taken a long time to deliver on that promise. Dr. King famously said 50 years ago on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial that the Emancipation Proclamation was a promissory note written but never cashed. A blank check, never delivered to the people it was intended to help. And yet, that morning, everything changed. And the reason it changed is because when the armed man rode into the slave camps, he wasn't there to hunt people down for having escaped. He wasn't enforcing the Slave Trade Act. He was there to read the president's words and to tell people, you're free. The government protecting people from slavery. The person who was the criminal at that point was no longer the escaped slave running away. The person who was the criminal was the slaveholder. Now this is all interesting. I hope you enjoyed the quick history lesson, but I think the reason that this is so important today is because those words were a promise of freedom. And 150 years later, there are now more slaves in the world, more people held in a condition of compelled service than there were in 1862. Now, part of that is because the world is a lot bigger place. Part of that is because of globalization. Part of that is because of the way that people trick and hold others in modern-day slavery. That's compelled service, whether it's in prostitution, whether it's in labor, in sweatshops, garment factories, begging out on the streets, children having to beg on the streets. Somebody once said, oh, I think that movie Taken with Liam Neeson is the best human trafficking movie that I've ever seen. And I said, well, why don't you think that about Slumdog Millionaire? Those children were being punished if they didn't meet their quota. Those girls were being sold. And so I think that it's one of those things that, to me, that illustrates that human trafficking, modern-day slavery is around us, and we might just fail to see it because we're not out there looking. Now, the abolitionists knew before the Civil War that technology was the answer. Technology of the 1840s, the technological revolution of the 1840s was the train and the telegraph. And because of the train and the telegraph, people were able to read stories of people who had escaped from slavery. They were able to see people who had escaped from slavery, like Frederick Douglass, were able to come to their town, tell their stories, but then also have the activism be not just local, but across the states and even globally once the transatlantic cable was laid. If it wasn't for technology and the cutting edge of technology in the late 1840s, early 1850s, slavery would still exist. That's, I think, one of the things that we're seeing now is how technology plays a role. And so I'm very proud to introduce Justin Dillon and Allison Friedman, who are two of the folks who are on the cutting edge of cutting edge technology, freeing slaves around the world today. Justin?
Thank you. I could listen to you tell history stories all day, and maybe we will sometime. But a few years ago, both the ambassador and Allison came to us, to our organization, with this idea of creating something called Slavery Footprint. And at the time, it was really a wish and a desire to see how we can get people to understand the issue itself and begin to participate in the problem. And our organization really has been about fighting human trafficking from the standpoint of being able to democratize participation by understanding that who you are and where you are and what your story is, your personal story, actually does affect this issue. And so Slavery Footprint was launched exactly 1 year ago today at Clinton Global Initiative with the intent to give people a way to be able to basically get their slavery footprint based on the amount of forced labor it takes to keep one's lifestyle buoyant, so to speak. And if you go to slaveryfootprint.org, in fact, you can do it on your phones now. We just finished the mobile app. I hope it doesn't crash because it crashed last year. But you can take the survey right now. It's a very simple, beautifully designed survey that's asking a lot of questions. What's behind the technology, what's behind the beautiful design is deep, deep data, empirical data that's able to determine the likely forced labor at any one of the products that you use on a daily basis. The reason we did this was so that we can begin to allow people to understand their story, share their story through social media, and then do something that we hadn't seen before, which was being able to geocache advocacy. So when we created our Made in a Free World app, we allowed people to then, once they've got their footprint, I personally have about 42 slaves working for me. I'm hoping that's going down the more that I work on my app. But as you go out into the marketplace and use your app, you can actually check into different locations and demonstrate demand for products that are made in a free world without slavery. What this is kind of a demand and supply advocacy trick to be able to begin to build the conversation in the marketplace so that businesses can participate. And this is a big, big, big fulcrum for this issue. This is actually something, 150 years later, we need to make sure that dealing with the issue of slavery is not controversial anymore. And I would say, for those of us who work on this issue, this is one of the biggest challenges, is when you bring up slavery, people say, oh, it's really controversial. I'm like, really? What? I can't quite figure out what's controversial about that. Well, it's controversial. It was controversial now, and it was controversial then because people think it's going to cost a lot to fix. And we actually don't believe that. We actually believe that this is one thing we all agree on, but demonstrating that demand is something that our organization, through Slavery Footprint, is really taken on. And through the app itself, and now through a new product we're going to be launching for business this week, really gives consumers and businesses a way to be able to connect on the issue with technology, with data that is rich and telling, and to be able to push the bad guys out of the supply chains.
Now, Justin, at Clinton Global Initiative, people give these commitments, and they stand up and they say, here's our goal for the next year. I remember last year you stood up and you said, we've got this app, we've got slaveryfootprint.org, please go to it, and we're hoping to get 150,000 folks to go to slaveryfootprint.org. Where are you at now?
We're just about 900,000 people through it.
Have taken the test all the way through, have figured out how many slaves work for them. And that's out of about, what, 5 million people have gone to the website?
About 5 million, yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. And Allison, this is, I think, just one of the ways that people are realizing that there is such a thing as a slavery footprint. But it's not just limited to people. It is unlimited, and I think governments have slavery footprints. What have you and the folks in the Obama administration been doing to address the entire slavery footprint?
Good question. And there has been a trajectory that we've seen over the last 5 years in our understanding of this issue and the continued existence of it around the world. We at the Obama administration have spent a lot of time looking at what we as purchasers can do to help promote freedom around the world, but also make sure that we're not inadvertently enabling forced labor and slavery to continue. So at the State Department, we've begun issuing procurement information bulletins, which is a lot of bureaucracy, but basically says to every contracting officer, you need to know. You need to know how your people are recruited. You need to know how they're paid. You need to know if they're getting deductions taken out of their salary for housing or food, or made up things that effectively mean that because they took a bet and put themselves and their families up as collateral to go get a new job and are now in so much debt that they can't go home, they're enslaved. We're also looking at victim services. I mean, slavery is not just something, and if you go on and you take the survey, you will see that the shirts you buy, the food you eat, the cell phone you talk on or tweet with, all are tainted by forced labor around the world, but it's not something that only happens far away. It's something that happens in the United States too, and there's a lot that we can do to better take care of people in the land of the free who still aren't 150 years after that promise was made.
Allison, I remember, I think it was last year, you and I went a few blocks just north of here, I think on 96th, to the organization GEMS. And I think it really hits home. This isn't just something that's happening somewhere else. It's something that's happening in this neighborhood. Could you tell folks a little bit about GEMS?
Yeah, GEMS stands for the Girls Education and Mentoring Service, and they do incredible work with women and girls who found themselves enslaved in the commercial sex industry here. And I think it's really important that they not only serve the survivors of sex trafficking, but make sure that those survivors go on to live productive lives and recover in the way that they recover in a way that kind of honors their experience and then informs good policy and practices going forward. And I would urge you to check them out and learn more about them. I think that was the same year that we heard a spoken word poet also say that he didn't want to eat chocolate that tasted like kid anymore. And I think that also talks about what a spectrum we're dealing with when we're talking about modern slavery.
You know, one of the things that for those of you who are from New York and have been here for a while, you may remember a case about 10 years ago in which deaf and hearing impaired Mexican nationals were begging on the subways of New York. And I think most people who were living in the city at the time had seen them out there day in and day out, coming up and down the subways with little trinkets that nobody really needed to buy, and a little sign that said, "I'm deaf, please, $1." What people in New York didn't realize is if they came home with less than $120 a day, and there was about 60 of them jammed into 2 apartments over in Flushing, if they didn't come back with their quota, they were beaten, they were raped, they were punished, and then sent back out the next day. They existed under the noses of the people in this, one of the largest cities in the world, for 2 years, and they didn't know how to get help. Today, 10 years later, one of those young men received an award from where he works as Employee of the Year for the janitorial company that cleans the Statue of Liberty. So there is hope, and there is a place after slavery, but only if you walk with them and walk with us. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aaron Sharinian, and I'm with the United Nations Foundation. And on behalf of the Foundation and the organizers of the Social Good Summit, it's a pleasure to welcome someone who's a pioneer in this area. Please welcome Larry Irving, the co-founder of the Mobile Alliance for Global Good, to discuss shrinking the digital divide, the future of mobile. Larry.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to thank Aaron. I want to thank you. I came here to speak, and the last couple of days have been great because I haven't just been here to speak. I've learned a lot. 20 years ago, I worked in the Clinton-Gore administration, and the new thing back then was the internet. We knew the internet would be great. We had no idea it would be what it is today. When you look at 1992, there were 1 million people on this planet that were on the internet. 1992, 1 million people. We heard Dr. Yunus a few minutes ago talk about what happened with regard to the mobile revolution. My job in the Clinton administration was to kind of bridge the digital divide. First, we identified a divide. We found lots of people on this planet who didn't have access to the joys that the internet were going to bring, and we knew the power of the net. But we also knew that we had to find a way to bridge people. None of us had an idea that mobile telephony would take off as fast as it did and would have the impact that it did. When you think about 1999, when I left government, Dr. Yunus talked about 1997. In 1999, half the world had never used a telephone, and half the world had to travel 2 or more hours for the nearest telephone, 50% of the world's population. About 1999, 2000, we started seeing these iconic photos of people all over the world who were using mobile devices. And this photo of a Maasai warrior, and this guy looks a lot like Don Cheadle, so I'm not sure if he's moonlighting, but there was this iconic photo of Maasai warriors using the mobile device, and people were using it for commercial purposes. Some of us started thinking that, you know, why is this guy using a mobile phone? And one analyst went out to Kenya, and he talked to a Maasai who'd been in one of these advertisements and said, well, what do you use a mobile phone for? He said, I use it to find water for my cows, because the cows are the way the people in my village live and the way my family lives. And that's the important thing. It's not about being connected, it's being connected with a purpose. So today, 6 billion phones. We had people standing online 2 days ago trying to get an iPhone 5. But the most important thing, that, you know, 5 years from now, when we look back at this week, we're going to say, was the importance of this week that 10 million iPhones were sold? I don't think so. I think the importance of this week was that a $35 tablet, was released in India called the Akash 2. And so all of a sudden, 1 billion people in India and 1 billion people in China and hundreds of million people around the world who don't have a tablet today are likely to have an affordable tablet. That's going to be the big story, and that's where the real divide comes in. Now, Bill Clinton was my boss for those years, and in the most recent issue of Time, he said something I want to read to you because I think it's incredibly important. President Clinton said, forget what you may have heard about a digital divide or worries that the world is splintering into info-haves and info-have-nots. The fact is, technology fosters equality, and it's often the relatively cheap and mundane devices that do the most good. A UN study, for example, found that cell phones are one of the most effective advancements in history to lift people out of poverty. He listed the mobile devices as #1 of the 5 most important changes that give him reason to have optimism for the future of the world. So let's talk about what we can think about. So most of us think about cell phones and doing good things. We remember what happened just a few years ago with the earthquake in Haiti, where many of us sent money through text messaging. That was just the tip of the iceberg. We listened to Tim Wirth and Maggie and others talk about the problems we're having with regard to climate change. There are people, as I'm speaking, that are using mobile devices to monitor climate change in Arctic areas. There are people down in the Gulf region who are using mobile devices to take pictures of environmental degradation caused by oil spills. There are people, as I'm speaking, yesterday we saw this phenomenal exhibition with young children and the heartbeats in the music with Save the Children. You can take a mobile phone, you can put a stethoscope on it, and then you can take that heartbeat and send it up into a cloud, and the best cardiologists today can monitor a child's health. It's not just about music, it's also about a health problem for anybody anywhere. If you go, you can do things with regard to cytometry. I'm a lawyer, but apparently the word is cytometry. You can do blood analysis using a mobile phone today. These things aren't imaginations. Text to baby, pediatric AIDS, people are using mobile devices for those purposes. And when you go into talk about farmers and people who work in agricultural areas, all of a sudden they get their products to market. They have a sense of how to connect with other buyers and vendors using mobile devices. Water is one of the most precious commodities on this planet, and people don't think of technology in water. But we can do things with regard to smart pumps and create markets in water the same way we're doing in agriculture. And right here in the United States, There are millions of our fellow citizens here in the United States who don't have a supermarket where they can go get fresh food. Dr. Park, who was here yesterday, Todd Park, helped create something called Food Oases with a hackathon he did a few years ago, where literally people can use text messages to reach to local farmers in their community to bring local good food to their neighborhoods where a supermarket has been shuttered or closed down. So what's next? Alan Kay, and this is actually wrong, the quote, but because your technology is always wrong somehow, but the best way to predict the future is to invent it. And that's what the Mobile Alliance for Global Good is all about. So all of us together inventing the future we want to see with regard to mobile technology. What do you want to see? I'm going to do this really quickly. How many of you here have a mobile device? Put it in your hand, hold it up. How many of you here work for, with, sponsor, or put some money into some type of nonprofit? Work with a nonprofit in some kind of way. Keep your phone up and keep it up. All right? How many of you who have a phone, who work in some form of nonprofit, think that that nonprofit uses technology to its maximum efficacy? All right, those of you who have your phones up, I want to talk to you right after this is over. Those of you who put your phones down, I'm talking to you right now. The solutions are hard. It's very hard to make mobile technology work well in a nonprofit modem. You're not just talking about a technological solution, you're talking about changing business models. You're talking about changing cultures. You're talking about changing operational models. And we have to sit down together and figure out how is this going to work. What we're trying to do is we want to bring together the world. What would happen if the world's best technologists worked together with the world's best social entrepreneurs and NGOs and foundations, if we all got together and really thought about the problems that this world's facing and how to use mobile technology? No technology in the history of the world has reached 6 billion people. Think about industrial revolution, agricultural revolution, transportation revolution. There are people who have never been on a bus. There are people who are still using hoes and picks and not tractors and trailers. There are people who have never seen a factory, but they have a mobile device. This is the most important device ever for changing the world. But we have to work together to make it work the way we want it to work. And that's where we're right now. We want to begin. The solution begins with people, not with technology, and that's the thing we all have to remember. We need everybody. Everybody here comes from a different expertise. I talked about water, I talked about agriculture, I talked about climate change, we can talk about peace. Everybody here sees a piece of it, but very few of us see the whole elephant. We haven't seen it all, but if we sit together and take the lessons we're learning together, we can make a lot of progress. And we want to talk about outcomes, not about technology, but real outcomes, really changing the world. So what we're trying to do, what we want to do, is bring together the world's best hearts and minds to solve problems using mobile innovation. Bring them all together in one place at one time to really talk about these issues over a long period of time. So part of what we're talking about is the alliance. The Mobile Alliance for Global Good is an alliance. It's bringing people together to really sit down and talk, just like we're doing here, but we also want to talk about outcomes. We don't want to just have a conversation. At the end of an alliance meeting, there'll be 2 a year, one in the United States, one on some part of the globe, where we really sit down and talk, what's 4G, what is LTE, how does SMS work, what are the different things we need to know, who's doing these things well, who's doing it poorly, why did this work, why didn't that work? But then we also want to have some sidebar sessions saying, let's do something in hunger, let's do something in climate change, let's do something about peace, and bring all of those different pieces with an outcome, a determined outcome at the back. We also want to have hackathons. Now, hackathons have become almost hackneyed because there's so many of them. Here's the important thing about a hackathon. 2 things we think we need to do differently. One, it has to be about this pressing social need, not about the technology. But the second and as important thing, it's not about an event. It's about a process. And you have to bring the right people in, you have to think about the problem beforehand, and on the back end, you have to have impact investors and a way to take the product that comes out at Hackathon and make it really sing. We think we can do that. We also want to do some impact investing. There are a lot of really powerful impact investors, social investors. We think that social impact is important as return on investment, but we want to bring together impact investors with social entrepreneurs. I talked to Andrew Roche yesterday, and Andrew was mentioning, he's an old friend, and he was mentioning, there are lots of people who have money that they'd like to put to work. They can't necessarily find the social entrepreneurs. We want to help find those social entrepreneurs and bring them to the impact investors. And then we really want to give them mentoring. We want to give them time, space, energy to take what they've taken and scale it and bring it to the world. And, and then finally, we want to do the Maggies. Years ago, I was a judge at the first Webbies Awards. What the Webbies in the 90s did was it let people know what technology could mean, what it could do, the difference between a good technology and a bad. Trying to explain the internet in 1995 to somebody who'd never seen it was impossible. But what we could do was we could show them the best things on the web and say, this is what you want to aspire to. There are people doing amazing things, some of you in this room, with mobile technology. Who knows? Who do you go toward investing? We want to inspire innovation and mobilize inspiration with the Webbies. It takes all of us. We're going to have to work together. We need to be focused on outcomes. That's the most important thing we can do. So let me conclude with something I read a few years ago that still sticks with me. Martin Luther King, 2 weeks before he died, gave a speech in Washington, D.C. in 1968. Dr. King said then, "A great revolution is taking place in the world. A technological revolution with the impact of automation and cybernation. Modern man, through his scientific genius, has been able to dwarf distance and place time in chains. Through our scientific and technological genius, we have made of this world a neighborhood, and yet we've not had the ethical commitment to make of it a brotherhood. But somehow, and in some way, we have got to do this." We may be almost 40 years later, but it's not too late for us to do this. More than 40 years later, 44 years later, it's not too late for us to do this. I want to do this with you, and I look forward to working with all of you to make to create a mobile alliance for global good and to change the world some more. Thank you very much for your time today.
Hi, my name is Samantha with Mashable. Before we get started talking about disaster relief, just wanted to make a quick housekeeping tip. There's been some complaints that a lot of people are having trouble accessing Wi-Fi. It's just a little over network right now. So we'd like to ask if you can switch to 3G, that'd be really great, or maybe power down one of the devices you're using, and then everyone will get on and access it rather smoothly. So now to introduce our panelists, we're here with Wendy Harmon, who is the Director of Social Strategy with the American Red Cross, and David Kobia, who is the co-founder of Ushahidi, a mobile crowdsourcing mobile platform for crisis information. So I guess just to get started, a lot of people now are accessing, obviously, sites like Facebook and Twitter to get information connected with their friends and family, but also going online in times of crisis as well. So I'd love to hear a little bit about from both of your organizations, how you're using technology to help out during times of crisis.
Sure. So the Red Cross, the American Red Cross, is mentioned about 4,000 times a day across social platforms during a steady state. That number goes up exponentially when there's been a major disaster. And so my team and us as an organization have really tried to sort of tear down some of those institutional walls you think of the Red Cross as having, and really begin to give the public a seat at the table to our disaster operations decision-making processes and whatnot through social media. So what we definitely see are lots of people have pretty high expectations, and they're definitely using tools like Twitter and Facebook to get access to information, to find out where the resources are. And so we do a couple of things. One, we are aggregating all that information and creating, I guess, what you'd call big data situational awareness, so we can report trends and top-line concerns to the ground for our teams who are actually responding physically. And secondly, we are sort of building a digital volunteer task force so that we are empowering people to become responders and actually execute our mission via the social web everywhere it's possible. And we do that by one-to-one conversations and making sure that people who have questions can get the answers, and we're also trying to convince people to sort of create a fabric, whether you're in a time of disaster or not, so that you have others around the world, that you have access to that can help you out. So lots of exciting stuff going on.
I think to answer that question, maybe I should point to our roots, the roots of Ushahidi. Ushahidi means witness in Swahili. So we came about because you have a government that is beleaguered and embattled during a failed election, and their best solution is to clam up, right, and close access to regular media. So the only way for us to get these reports into we started to see reports of violence popping up all over the place on social media. So what we did was we created an open source platform that aggregates all these things from Twitter, text messages, Facebook, and everything else in between into a single platform where people can interact with these different stories on maps. We found that maps were a particularly good way to share some of these stories and visualize them as well. And we find that people contribute more when they see that what they contribute is, especially during a crisis, can be actioned upon, right? So it's closing the loop between the people generating this information and the people that are responding to disaster and crisis. So.
Great. There has to be a lot of challenges that come along with this, a lot of influx of information, especially when there is an emergency situation. What are some of the main challenges that both of you face during these times, and how are you trying to overcome them?
Well, for us, I think one of the big challenges that I don't think I've spoken too much about just yet is how different the way people actually talk and use the social web is from the way that an organization or an institution like the American Red Cross or FEMA processes information for action. And so melding those two things together has been certainly a challenge, and it continues to be. You know, we sort of, when we embarked on this journey, we thought, oh, people will be reporting that there's a tree down on the corner of Elm and Main Street, and that's just not how people talk. They say, this wind is really fierce and I'm scared. You know, there's not a lot of actionable data in there. And so really digging in and figuring out what's useful about this information, how can we put more power into the hands of this person's neighbor to help out in various ways, because the Red Cross can't be at every corner. We want to make sure that we're sort of empowering and teaching everybody to use these tools. So,
great. And David, how about some of the challenges on your end?
We have multiple challenges. At the beginning of social media, in a sense, it was a trickle of information, right? Now it's a flood. Mm-hmm. So now you're dealing with issues of verification. You're dealing with issues of trying to verify truth and trying to verify untruths. Because social media is really a good place for, it's an echo chamber. So things like rumors reverberate through this system, right? So how do you put mechanisms in place for mining out, the really important stuff? We call it the burning house problem, where 100 people are sending text messages saying, the house is burning. And there's a single message in there, someone saying, I am in the house, right? So how do you find that important piece of information in this flood? Mm-hmm. That is a major challenge. And then above and beyond that, it's, there has been a certain sense of naivety to social media as people engage with people all over the world. People now have a digital front seat to events happening in faraway places. So there's a disconnect sometimes, because that little piece of information is actually a human experience, a very serious human experience somewhere that some people cannot quite relate to a lot of times. So.
Great. And what about some of the data that's being accumulated? All this, information coming in, are you using it to kind of look at trends, or is there anything, especially with the Red Cross, anything we can see from it that would help, future emergency situations as well?
Sure. So back in March, we built something called our Digital Operations Center, and it sits within the Disaster Operations Center. Dell gave us a great grant in order to make it feasible for us to build that. And so one of the things we do now is, we have this physical manifestation of our commitment to social, and that's really created a big tipping point. And secondly, we have huge visualizations of all of the data, and that's really nice for people who might be working within the Disaster Operations Center to be able to come by and sort of spend 2 minutes and be able to have a good idea of what's happening on the ground, and the way that people are feeling about the service delivery and how they're affected by a particular disaster. So that's definitely one of the ways. And then, the other way, we definitely are identifying top-line trends. And then we've been able to, during Hurricane Isaac a couple weeks ago, have been able to actually affect change on the ground based on what we were seeing within the Digital Operations Center. We have very few examples so far. We're taking baby steps. Like there's so much opportunity and so much further for us to grow in this space. But you know, we've taken this first step forward, and you know, somebody was in a neighborhood where one of our emergency response vehicles came to the front of their neighborhood, and they thought that it would be coming back further, and it just didn't. And so they let us know by tweeting about it, and we were able to get a truck in a couple of hours to go visit them. And so, you know, that's just one small example. We have several of them that are piling up here, and that's really the ultimate goal, is that we're integrating and all of this data into actionable action on the ground, not just actionable information, but actual action.
Right. Great. And David, how about you? And also, in addition to just accumulating data, was there a moment where you realized the impact of, you know, what's happening? Was there like a time, an incident or something like that, where you really saw the profound impact of what's happening and how mobile or social media can really influence it?
As far as impact, the one crisis that, you know, we really did see, you know, feel impact of what we're working on and what Wendy's working on is this was Haiti. You know, it involved a really, really big community of people. You had people translating text messages. There are about 45,000 text messages aggregated into the system. So you had people aggregating these text messages, translating them, mapping them, sending them out to first responders within minutes, right? And then you hear reports of people actually, you know, being rescued, and you think, you know, yes, we are seated at such a distance, but there is an impact. I mean, we are playing a role in someone's life somehow. You know, not to overemphasize it, but we are playing a role somehow.
Yeah. Wendy, was it the same thing, Haiti?
Absolutely, and getting those. We got tweets from people who were saying, I'm trapped under the rubble and I'm in this particular supermarket, please help. And for me, that just sort of landed like a thud on my shoulders, and thought we have to figure out how to do something about this. And then secondly, we had a spate of tornadoes throughout the Midwest last year, and just seeing how many people were tweeting using the hashtag bathtub and hiding inside of their bathtubs all together, and having the ability to see all of that and to connect some of those people together and to give them real-time information, not just you know, make sure you're in the most interior place and you're doing well by being in the bathtub, but also, you know, a big part of the mission of the Red Cross is providing hope and comfort. So just offering a little bit of support and love in that really scary moment. That's been the most rewarding thing I've ever done in my life.
Great. Well, thank you. We're out of time, but I really appreciate you sharing your stories and what your organizations are doing to really help impact others. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. I just want to again take this opportunity to remind everyone of the exciting program we have starting at 7 p.m. this evening, featuring a special guest, a bit of a surprise special guest, Jane Goodall. So please be back after we take a break at about 5:15, 5:30 to return for 7 to be part of that very special session this evening. A theme that's sort of developing, and not surprisingly really, is youth and getting young people engaged and taking action. I think that it shouldn't come as a shock to everyone, but we're very pleased to have heard from so many of our speakers on that issue, and this session is certainly no different. So we'd like to please welcome Dr. Babatunde Osodomehin, the Executive Director of the UN Population Fund, Jeff Martin, co-founder and CEO of Tribal Brands and Empowering, Brooke Loughran, U.S. Youth Observer to the UN, in conversation with Sharon Feder, the Chief Operating Officer of Mashable. We welcome them to the stage to discuss mobilizing young people for the next generation of social good.
Hi, everyone. So over the past year, we've seen a number of movements where youth have played a vital role. We've seen them, remove dictators, challenge financial systems, and elect presidents. I think one of the things we're really interested in discussing today is how can they play a role in development issues. So very excited to have this just incredibly experienced group of people with me today. But I want to start off You know, beyond what we've seen this year, why now? You know, why is it so crucial that we talk about youth and we empower them at this moment? Dr. Babatunde, I'd love it if you could answer this one.
Thank you very much. I think it's momentous. First of all, last year on the 31st of October, the world passed the 7 billion mark in terms of population. 1.8 billion of that 7 billion are young people. 90% of that 1.8 live in the developing world. When you look at the growth of the social media, it is happening in very large part in the developing world. We have growth potential in places like Indonesia, like Nigeria, and you need that interconnectedness. And the fact that these are the people who are going to take over from all of us in a very short time. And of course, when you look at the movements politically in the world, young people, social media, the connectedness of them is what has made the change in the last 1 year.
Absolutely. Brooke, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, he talked about, Dr. Osatemehin talked about that the youth are going to be taking over, but I'm going to make the argument that we've already taken over, that if you look at the Arab Spring, there's no concrete leaders. The leaders are the youth. It's continued now. We see groups on Facebook like Israel Loves Iran, and you see 85,000 youth saying Israel doesn't want war with Iran, and then you have Iranian youth making a page that says Iranian youth don't want war with Israel. So I think youth are now youth. We don't need anyone to tell us to get involved. We are involved, we are connected, and we are the leaders of now.
Absolutely. So Dr. Babatunde, I'd love it if you could tell me about 7 billion actions.
The 7 billion action which the United Nations Population Fund put in place last year, around the 7 billion mark, was to actually get young people around the world, wherever they may be, to participate in a conversation, in a global conversation on what the world they want to see going forward. And I think it was extremely successful. We had a platform hosted by UNFPA, but contributed to by many, many industry participants, and ensuring that we had conversations going and still going. And that has given us a sense of what Brooke is saying. We're here now, we're taking over, and we want our world to look like this.
Absolutely. So Jeff, you are using technology in really interesting ways to affect change, specifically using data. I'd love it if you could tell us a little bit about what you're doing with Empowering and where you see the future of data in this conversation.
Right. Well, one of the, being from Silicon Valley and spending a lot of my career at Apple Computer, we're often accused of not helping out enough, focusing too much on the next IPO or the next startup. And so one of the things that I found that was interesting in Silicon Valley was how could we apply analytics, particularly mobile analytics that are location-based, to actually see the effectiveness not just of big charities, but small charities that deserve more attention. So I was introduced to a charity called Cheetah, which is a Indian-based charity run by predominantly people in the country. And I realized really quickly that we could use mobile-based analytics to actually show the effectiveness of this charity and show how people that want to go to school anyway could actually be measured going to school, get them credit for their attendance. They already wanted to go to school, but we're giving them food to provide to their families so that that becomes a real-world action. What we're working on now is if they take their kids with them when they want to go to the clinic anyway, they and their kids get medicine. So the notion is not to be some kind of Silicon Valley puppeteers, using mobile analytics and location-based apps to change people from what they're already doing, but rather recognize and respect what they care about, and then give them, some additional support to make that, something that's easier for them to do. And it's probably why I'm so excited about 7 billion actions, because what the UNFPA is doing is they're not suggesting what kids should care about. They're asking kids in exchange for a song to tell them what their hopes are, their worries, and measure over time if they take a real-world action by helping solve those problems, whether that's female empowerment or sanitation or water. And I think that this initiative, that 7 Billion Actions, is probably the most actionable change I've ever seen in terms of a conception of a program.
That's incredible. So, female empowerment, I think that's absolutely incredible. That one of the things came up in a conversation we were having earlier is how important women are in this conversation. And I'd love it if you could tell me what you're seeing on the ground to that respect.
Yeah, so in empowering, basically we're using cell phones, empowering, to empower people to empower themselves. I mean, basically people already know what they want to do. We don't need to tell them that. But we find that 96% of the participants are young girls or young mothers who don't necessarily have some behind-the-scenes special relationship and can serve as cultural examples by saying, I want my kids in school. I always wanted my kids in school. But now that there's the additional support of food when they're in school, or the additional point of redeeming points for medicine when I bring them to the clinic, everyone knows that my action, had a deliberate reaction in terms of something that I could change and break the cycle of poverty or things that predominantly women and mothers want to change. So that, I think that, the challenge is particularly, and others are better experts than me, but in many cultures, men have dominated, and it's been based on relationships, not on cultural examples. So I think that when you use social mobile applications to actually show and honor the people that already know what they want to do with their lives and give them the additional reinforcement, then change can be transformative.
Absolutely. Burke, I know you've spent a bit of time in the region as well. What have you seen to that effect?
I lived in India in high school, in Vishakhapatnam, India, which is actually in the state of Andhra Pradesh, which is right next to Orissa, where he's been doing a lot of work. And one thing we were talking about before the panel is that people don't realize that women's issues are directly related to water issues. The disparities when it comes to issues of water have a direct impact on women in the developing world. I gave the example of when I lived in India, I often met girls who said, I'd love to go to school, but I spend 4 to 5 hours a day looking for water. And we have to address that issue. I know that everyone believes in women's education, but we have to realize that if we don't address water, if we don't address healthcare, that girls aren't going to be able to go to school. Another example is, if you don't have toilets at a girls' school, then if the girls go to school and have to leave the school premises to go and use the restroom, then you have a safety issue. And there's been examples in India and Africa of girls being raped when they leave their school to go to the restroom. And so we're starting to look at these issues as youth as all being interconnected, and that I challenge anyone that's interested in women's issues to look at it from the framework of water issues and global health issues, and the opposite. I think youth are realizing that people from all fields in our generation are going to be working together and collaborating together on these issues, and that we're all stakeholders, and that there's no issue that can't be connected with another issue to strengthen the effort that's being put towards that issue. So
I'm curious, how do you feel that we can empower youth, both globally and domestically, to action? I view you as a role model here and a representative, and I know you're seeing some really inspirational stories.
I've given this global example of India, but I want to take it back to the most micro local level. I have a friend in Seattle, Washington, who is using social media to organize her community in inner city Seattle to have local farmers markets, to start micro gardens, and this is in one of the poorest areas of Seattle, that what we would call a food desert, where there's no local access to fresh fruits and vegetables. So I think when you want to ask how are youth getting involved, I'm saying that on the community level, on the national level, on the international level, youth are using social media to mobilize. It's not just things that are happening exclusively online. We're using these tools to actually bring our communities together and address issues that we see are not being addressed.
Dr. Babatunde, how would you like to see youth engage? How would you like to see them empowered to action now?
But by doing and multiplying and escalating what Brooke has just talked about. And I think that there are specific things that are happening to young girls, particularly adolescent girls around the world, which are totally unacceptable. We're going to have like more than 140 million of them getting married before the age of 15. And I've seen in Ethiopia young women helping themselves to stay in school, making sure that they're not married off, and actually being the advocates to ensure that their peers are not married off before they're 12. I mean, that in a sense is what we like to do, and make sure that they use social media to share experiences across borders and within the same country. And that's one a good example. The other example, which I think it's important, is that we can actually begin to educate young people across the board. You know, school has become borderless, and I think the ability to transfer knowledge and to share information and experiences, you know, is what we need to use this effectively for, and also be accountable for it, you know, as we go along. On the 11th of October, we're going to have the first International Day of the Girl Child. And we are going to, as UNFPA, focus on the issue of child marriage. And I think that that would elevate this and make sure that people understand that the potential of every young girl has to be realized. And I think that we need, as a community, to stop this violation of rights of young girls.
Absolutely. So as we round out our panel, I would like each of our panelists to provide you with one takeaway for today about youth and about, you know, the future of empowering youth to get them to help move forward social good and social change. Jeff.
I think that you know, with every new technology, it can either enhance society or it can actually distract society and sometimes not be constructive. I think a lot of social media occasionally can create even a hysterical environment, you know, where you sometimes forget what the protest began about, right? Absolutely. It just becomes bigger than life. And I think one of the things that I like about social media moving to mobile, or social mobile local, or SOMOLO, and you can tell I'm from Silicon Valley because if I don't say an acronym, I'm not doing my job. But the interesting thing about that is that actually allows us, with location-based data, to show real-world actions, to shorten the distance between a problem being identified and someone actually connecting it to a solution location-based where they are, whether it's going to school, whether it's being safe, whether it's telling the UN with the 7 billion actions what they care about, and find a way to take action that weekend with a youth organization or with other people. So I think that social mobile is really a way for social media and likes and dislikes and fans and people who aren't fans to actually take action. And that's why I think 7 billion actions may represent the most transformative way to actually measure results than just simply measure buzz.
Absolutely, and I think that's all today, but I think that is very much representative of, I think, where we're all at. So thank you so much for your time.
Hello again. Next, we're going to be talking about bridging the opportunity gap, and Microsoft and Global Giving are working on a lot of interesting projects to combat youth joblessness. So I'm going to be welcoming to the stage in a moment Lori Harnick, who is the General Manager of Microsoft Citizenship and Public Affairs, Mari Karashi, who is the co-founder of Global Giving Foundation, Marie Wanandi, who is the youth beneficiary of Global Give Back Circle, Anthony Carmona, who is the Youth Beneficiary Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship, and Dana Boyd, who is a senior researcher for Microsoft. She's also assistant professor at NYU and a visiting researcher at Harvard Law School, among the many, many other positions. And today, these group of leaders are going to address how we can combat youth joblessness using technology. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I'm really honored to be here with all of you today discussing how we can harness the energy and passion to help make the world a better place. I'm Lori Harnick, and I lead Microsoft's Global Citizenship team, and I'm happy to be joined on stage today by Mary Mwende, Anthony Carmona, Dana Boyd, and Mari Qureshi. When it comes to making the world a better place, there's no better place to begin with our youth. They have the ideas, the dreams, and the desire to truly change the world. Unfortunately, they don't always have the opportunity. The average worldwide unemployment rate for youth today is 12.7%. This is double the rate of unemployment for those over the age of 25. And for this global problem, there is a range of root causes. In Latin America, for example, more young people have access to education than ever before. However, way too many drop out of school or even graduate with even the most basic skills. In the Middle East, education itself is not necessarily the issue. There are many young people with university degrees, but the job market in that region has created such challenges that many have very few opportunities for prosperity. And in sub-Saharan Africa, so many young people are working in low-skilled, low-quality jobs at a level of pay that will never lift them out of poverty. There are a variety of root causes wherever you go in the world, but the unfortunate outcome is the same across the world. New skills and experiences are required for today's jobs and tomorrow's jobs. But our education and our training systems are not keeping a pace. Youth around the world are facing an opportunity divide, a gap between themselves and the education, training, and experiences that they need to succeed. That's why I'm really happy to talk about a bit today an initiative that we launched last week at Microsoft. Steve Ballmer, our CEO, launched the Youth Spark Initiative, which is a promise to create opportunity for education and employment and entrepreneurship for 300 million young people around the world in the next 3 years. What we're going to talk about now is we're going to talk with some of our young people who are here today and the opportunities that they've received, how they've seized those opportunities, and how they've overcome challenges. We'd like to hear from Mary and from Anthony because they can inspire us to the things that we can all do together to empower youth to change their world. So first, let's hear a little bit from Mary.
Hi everyone, my name is Mary Mwende, and I'm from Kenya. And I'm a member of the Global Give Back Circle, a beneficiary. And well, the way I came to know about the Global Give Back Circle was back in 2006 when it was first begun, and I was among the first 10 girls to join the Global Give Back Circle. Well, the Global Give Back Circle, it's an empowering and an enablement process that makes sure that adolescent girls in Kenya transition through high school into the gap period, which is the period between when a student or a girl in this case graduates from high school and in that period before you join university. It used to be 2 years before. The government is doing something to shorten the period, but it hasn't helped much because you can only imagine what could happen to a girl within a period of 2 years where you don't have resources to do anything, and you're back into the circle of poverty, and you're a girl to make it worse. So the Global Give Back Circle makes sure that girls transition through that period and get into university and finally into the workforce successfully without letting girls fall back into the cracks, into the vicious circle. And we do that by matching girls with mentors for mentorship and empowerment. But the Global Give Back Circle doesn't stop there because, well, when you empower someone, it stops there. So yes, I'm empowered. I believe I can do good. I believe I can succeed in my life. But then if I don't have the resources, then I cannot achieve my dreams. So the Global Give Back Circle goes a step further and actually brings in the private sector. And that's where we have partners like Microsoft, we have partners like Equity Bank, Ate Bank. They come on board and sponsor girls throughout the gap period, and that's where we have, you know, ICT labs, information communication and technology labs built. And so we are kept in school. You're kept in school throughout that period. And, you know, you're enabled as well as empowered to be a benefactor afterwards. So you become a beneficiary and you become a benefactor afterwards. And the giving back ethos they are engraved in us throughout the whole process. So basically, that's how I got to know about the Global Give Back Circle. And I'm a proud beneficiary of it. And I'm looking forward, well, I have started to be a benefactor, giving back to the society. And I'm looking forward to do more to the society.
That's terrific, Mary. The Global Give Back Circle is a fascinating project. It started with only 10 girls. Mary was one of the first, and it now supports over 500 girls in Kenya. And as you can see, not only does it help these girls, but it then helps these girls help other girls and their community. And that multiplier effect is just, it's just wonderful. It's what we all love to see when we give and when we try to do good in the world, is to really multiply that and amplify. Anthony, maybe you can talk a little bit about your experience with the Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship. So maybe a slightly different type of networking and community, but why don't we hear a little bit from you about that?
So I actually started with NIFTY, for short, Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship, back in 2011. And what they do is, on multiple levels in college, middle school, and high school, they teach the ins and outs of the business. What do you need to know? What do you want to know? What are you supposed to know? How to create a business. And throughout that process, and during the curriculum, you have to actually create a business plan. Now, prior to NIFTY, I was always, for the family, I was the tech guy. Originally, I was the one to break the computers in the house and download things and crash the computer, and my brother would scold me and be like, no, I'm not fixing it this time. It's time for you to fix it. And so I learned how to fix computers hands-on, and it sort of took a liking to me. And then with the NIFTY program and with the NIFTY class, my teacher told me, he was like, Anthony, I know you as a person, and I know that you love doing computers, you love working with computers. And so he said, if you're going to create a business, you need to create something that you love, because as much as you love it, you just nurture it more. Mm-hmm. And it made sense, and it clicked. So shortly after the business, shortly after the actual class, I started a business called Anthony Knows Computers, or AKC for short. And what it was I wanted to change the way computer repair was happening in the homes. Everyone has this conception or this mindset that, you know, it's a company person coming to your home and you feel kind of awkward because you don't want them to go into the wrong room or touch the wrong thing. And it gives, you know, it makes everything a little more uptight. So I wanted to loosen that feeling, and I wanted to give you that sense of, I'm not Anthony from Anthony Knows Computers, but I'm Anthony, your friend. I'm Anthony, the person from down the block who knows computers, who knows how to fix things, who knows how to solve problems, who knows how to give you the little things that you want in your computer. And NIFTY just helped push that through. Shortly after that, I went to a regional competition where I won $1,500 in seed money for my business, which only helped it push further. And then not too long ago after that, I was actually in an incubator program that they started called Startup Summer. And what that did was, for the students who haven't already started their businesses out of the business plans that they created during the school year, it actually implemented it into a physical action. It turned your plan into a business. And that was it for me, because after that, it was just straight uphill.
That is fantastic. I mean, it's so interesting, Anthony and Mary, to hear about the sort of communities that both of these organizations, NIFTY and the Global Give Back Circle, provided. And you know, when we look around the room today and we look at the community that's here, and then the communities that you all touch outside of this room, it's really quite amazing to see the domino effect, the ripple effect that we can all have. I wanted to ask Dana, my colleague from Microsoft, to just say a word or two about the importance of communities for young people in reaching their aspirations.
It's been pretty amazing as we talk about inequalities with regard to, the ability to engage with technology. Historically, we've talked about it as an inequality around access or an inequality around skills. And one of the things that YouthSparks really bring to the table is that we also have to talk about inequalities around opportunities. And more often than not, we think about this idea that opportunities can be just dropped down on people and that they can just get access to an opportunity and then rise up. But one of the things that I think is often missing and is really important in a room like this is the importance of networks. Networks and communities, right? You've come here in part to learn from the speakers today, but also to engage with all sorts of people in this room. And in the process of actually meeting these new people, you strengthen ties that are extraordinarily important to you. We've seen so many people develop and engage in social media, connect with people in passionate ways. But one of the things that I find so heartbreaking in watching the rise of social media is how much we've turned to social media to reinforce existing networks of the people that we already know. And in doing so, we actually start to build out the same stratified dynamics that we've had historically. So I think that one of the challenges for all of us is to figure out how to leverage these new technologies to build out new and powerful networks. Because if we want to help young people, we have to be able to find ways that they can knit into and connect to these truly powerful global networks that actually they can see, they get access to, but they're not able to necessarily connect to. And networks are a really critical part to make a lot of what we see happen, to take passion and actually activate it.
Dana, that's a great segue to something that Mari's now going to talk about, this idea that we had together with Global Giving, which is we want to help young people. We also want to help others help young people. How can we multiply? How can we amplify through a network online? So Mari, maybe would like to speak a bit about Global Giving and then our work together.
Sure, absolutely. So Dana's talked about social networks and how important they are to actually support people in taking opportunities. Global Giving was founded on the premise that there were thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of social entrepreneurs and community leaders worldwide who, just because they couldn't be connected into the network of people like you, couldn't get their idea off the ground. So 10 years ago, we started Global Giving with the idea that if we created a platform for these people to network, voila, they would be able to get things going. So globalgiving.org is a network of social entrepreneurs and donors and volunteers. What we're doing with Microsoft is a microcosm of Global Giving, which is called giveforyouth.org, where you can support young people all over the world, like Mary, like Anthony, to get started. And if I could leave you with just one thought, I don't know how many of you sort of looked at graduation day in college and thought, oh my God, it's time for real life. And you realize at that point that school is not real life. And then you realize that school is about practice and education is about practice. So imagine going into real life without practice, without a chance to fail safely, which is essentially what education should really be all about. So that's the opportunity divide. Some people are getting pushed into real life without that grounding, without that safe space to practice and fail. And that's the opportunity divide. So what's so amazing about Give for Youth is that you and anybody in the world can help close that opportunity divide. You can support a particular person in the US, in Kenya, in Tanzania, to really get that opportunity to get a little bit of practice before launching into real life. And that, in turn, is going to make it possible for them to grab the opportunities that Dana so eloquently said are actually out of reach. They're in front of you, but you can't actually make use of them. So I think this opportunity is just a fantastic initiative, and I would love to see it grow.
If I could just jump onto her thought train there. For those of you, I definitely look much older, so I heard today. I'm actually 17 years old and still in high school. And just to jump on her thought train real quickly, on Mary's thought train, I, up until the point of the NIFTY class, did not realize the importance of school. Throughout my whole, even in middle school, I always ask my mom, you know, what's the point of this? What's the point of this? I don't see the point of this. Why am I doing this?
Right.
It's all redundant. I learn the same thing every year. Social studies, science, math, and English. Every year, it's the same thing. And it's definitely the fact that we need to compare those two things, and I think that's one of the things that NIFTY actually did for me. It showed me what English was doing for me in real life, and it showed me what math was doing for me in real life, and it really connected the two and brought it to life.
That's so true that I know so many young people are probably feel the same way that you did then. Mary, do you have anything you'd like to share with the group and sort of final comments? Thoughts of how people can help, or thoughts to other young people like yourself?
Yes. Well, to the young people out there like me, I would say, you know, one of the things that we do in the Global Give Back Circle, it's a requirement that all the girls who join the Global Give Back Circle read the book by the President, Bill Clinton, Giving. And when we read that book, one of the things that I learned and all the girls learned was you can give back in time and talent. It doesn't have to be money. So to all the young people out there, you can give back in time and talent. It doesn't have to be money. And to the corporates out there, to the organizations out there who have a heart to give or who have a place in the CSR to give to the youth, well, I would say nothing comes from nothing. You have to invest. Think of it like a long-term investment. And when you put it to the youth, it's going to be long-term because they have a long way to go. We have a long way to go. So nothing comes from nothing, and invest in youth.
Thank you, Mary. So, you know, we want to help more young people like Mary and like Anthony, and we know many others want to do the same. So on the giveforyouth.org portal, now starting today through October 1st, Microsoft is going to match all individual donations given through Give for Youth up to a total of $100,000. So by making a direct and individual donation and connection to people like Mary and Anthony, you can fund and follow the dreams of a young person around the world. So please join us, take a look at the site, consider making a donation, and be that spark of change that will empower youth to change their world. Thank you for your time, and thank you to Mari, Dana, Mary, and Anthony. Thanks. And enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Our next conversation continues a trend of talking about the amazing ways that technology is solving some of the world's most difficult problems. So Social Good Summit would like to please welcome Nicole Newnham, documentary filmmaker and writer of The Revolutionary Optimists, Lenore Mudu, anchor and reporter at Voice of America, and Shireen Girgis, communications specialist at UNICEF, and they're going to be discussing using mapping technology to end polio. Please give them a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lenore, and this afternoon we will talk about technology and how it's helping to end polio globally. Well, polio has been around for many, many years. As you know, many of us here are much younger than polio. And all of us, as a matter of fact, it's a nation disease. And today we will see how maybe technology can help give the last push to ending polio. And before we do that, let me give you a general idea. As you can see on the map there, if you look at the red, all the red spots, this is where polio was in 1988. Today, you will see in 2012, we only have 3 red spots. This is where polio have never ceased. And in orange, this is where polio has been reestablished. So as you can see, for the past 20 years or more, there have been tremendous efforts and very, very good change has been made and progress has been made. But why is it so important today, more than ever, to get rid of polio? Let's talk a little bit about polio and understand what this disease is first. Polio is a viral disease. It's caused by the poliovirus, and most of the victims are children under the age of 5. It affects humans. Once the viral infects the body, it can take hours and lead to irreversible paralysis, partial or full paralysis. And there is no cure for polio, but the good news is it's possible to prevent polio with a very simple vaccines. But that's one of the challenges, how to get these vaccines to the children who need it. And let me turn now to the panelists. And Shireen, I'm going to start with you. You are with UNICEF. As we look at the numbers today, we see that there have been tremendous progress in the fight against polio. But why is it important today more than ever to get rid of polio?
Well, thank you, Lenore, and thank you so much to the UN Foundation and to Mashable for hosting this event and giving polio eradication a platform to get our message out. Polio is so critical because, as you've rightly said, we've come an exceptional way forward since 1988. We're down to the lowest number of cases we've ever had in the world in the history of the eradication effort. We're about 137 cases today, compared to 350,000 when the eradication effort first started. So we've never been closer. We've never had such a social and global movement to end polio as we have now. And you know, it's just as an example of that is polio is for the first time ever being addressed at the UN General Assembly on Thursday. And basically, if we don't finish polio now, it could come back. And we have an opportunity right now to finish history and to make history. It's only been done one time before. We've only eradicated the disease once before with smallpox in 1980. And if we eradicate polio, it would be the second time in the history of the world to eradicate a disease. And for every case that we see, it's really the tip of the iceberg. So every polio case that you see means 100 more infected children are around. So for those 137 cases, there's 13,000 more that we don't see.
And it's very tricky because when a child is infected, you do not really know that the child has the poliovirus.
Exactly. So only one child out of 100 you can see the symptoms of. So many children are carrying the vaccine, they're carrying the virus, they're spreading the disease, but you can't tell.
Now, UNICEF has been able to use data and technology to reach children in countries like Pakistan and Nigeria. Tell us exactly what has happened on the ground with the technology.
Sure. So we have around the world 13,000 social mobilizers who go door to door. And these door-to-door workers basically go around and mobilize over 15 million families to get them to take the vaccine every time it's offered. And as you can see, they go to the hardest to reach areas of the world. They go to places where we have no roads, where we have no transportation. This is an area of southern Punjab in Pakistan. You can see them going on boats to reach these most difficult areas. So giving a voice to these people who often have no voice is really what this technology has helped us to do. It's given a voice to the voiceless and a face to the nameless.
And Nicole, let me turn to you. Giving the voice to the voiceless is definitely something that you have been involved in as a filmmaker, but most importantly, recently is you have been involved in this film, which I will, let's take a look and then we'll talk more about it.
GPS বলে একটা রেকর্ড লোকেশন আছে যেখানে ডাইরেক্ট আমি যখন ওই রেকর্ড লোকেশনটা নেব ডাইরেক্ট ইন্টারনেটে চলে যাবে এটা পোলিও ভ্যাকসিনেশন 18 জানুয়ারি কাকি একটা সার্ভে করছি যেটা পোলিওর উপর হচ্ছে মানে শুধু পোলিওর ফোনে যদি তোলা থাকে যে এই বাড়িটা সব ভ্যাকসিনেশন নিয়েছে মানে যেই বাড়িতে রয়েছে আমরা তাহলে ওই বাড়িতে কি ডাইরেক্ট বলতে পারি তাহলে আমাদের কাজটা ফাস্ট হয়ে যাবে তাহলে ওনারাও বুঝে যাচ্ছে যে হ্যাঁ এখন তাহলে কেউ খোঁজ নেবার রয়েছে তাহলে এখন আমাকে ডেলি গিয়ে নিতে হবে তো আমরাও কি তাহলে এখন বলতে পারবো
Okay, so the babies are very cute. I mean, we all have I just want to snatch one of them. And we see these children that are really on the ground and reaching out to communities, to families. I mean, what is this? Tell us about this project. It's Map Your World project. Tell us about that.
So Map Your World is a digital initiative that grew out of a film that my partner Marion Granger Monson and I are making. And we're filmmakers, and we've been passionate about making films about health and taking stories that can really change people's perceptions of solving problems that people often perceive as being impossible to solve. And we found this amazing group of children. They're called the Daredevils. They're in West Bengal, in Calcutta. And they've been working in this particular neighborhood for about 15 years. And when we started following them about 5 years ago, one of the things that they were involved in is doing advocacy around polio eradication. They work with an NGO called Prayasam on the ground there, and they were using low tech, which you can see here are these paper megaphones, to get the word out about Polio Sunday. And we were really struck and moved by their effort, partially because they had started themselves. They were the ones who said, we want to try to bring vaccination up, because there had been a child who had had polio in their neighborhood in their memory, and they realized that the kids were not all getting to the booth. They could see that despite the initiatives of municipal health workers, from their kind of unique vantage point as children, they knew that there were particular houses that were being missed, particular families who had moved in that weren't being counted.
So they understood the need to really have a count of these families that were able to be reached and those that still needed the vaccine.
Exactly. So they decided that since there was no map in their neighborhood and there was no registration of each family, that they would make a map, and they drew it by hand, and they started doing handwritten polio data. And then when they realized that even that was not getting kids to the booth, they started carrying the kids themselves to the booth. So you'd have a kid of 12 carrying a baby on their hip to the polio booth for vaccination.
That's amazing. And at what point did the mapping, Map Your World come into play?
So as we'd been working with them for 3 years, we're based in Silicon Valley, and we had the opportunity to go to a laboratory and to bring people from India and Prayasam to the lab and work with tech partners to develop a mapping technology that would use phones that we give to the kids to be able to write a survey and collect data and put it into an online map. And they're now using that to make sure that they're targeting the kids who really need vaccinations. And they have already brought the vaccination rates from 40 to 80%, and we hope that with the technology they'll be able to get to 100, and that's what they're really working for.
And that's amazing. I mean, how user-friendly is this technology? Is it something I can do? I mean, if the kids are learning, I will hope to be able to learn too.
Yeah, we're working to try to make it more user-friendly for kids so that we can replicate it around the world, but it is actually open source technology that anyone can use right now, and governments around the world are using it.
Now, Shireen, technology is definitely something that UNICEF has used on the ground. Now, do you think that technology is maybe the final push that we need today to end polio?
It's certainly a huge player in helping us finish the job. It's enabling us to understand communities that haven't been on the map before. It's allowing us to go into the hardest to reach areas and talk to and give a voice to the most marginalized and the most invisible children. So it's our eyes and ears in these final stages.
But when we look at the numbers, today we have 137 cases as opposed to 350,000 in 1988. Why should people care? It seems like we're doing so good. Why should people care?
We've never been closer before to reaching the goal, and it would be the second time in history that we've been able to eradicate a disease. And it's not just about eradicating the disease, it's about showing the world what's possible. If we can't get a 14-cent vaccine into the mouths of every single child, then we've got a problem with our health system. If we can do it, the limits are endless. So it's an opportunity for us to show what can be done if we all commit and we all come together and we create a movement to reach every single child in every corner of the world.
So creating a movement is very important. Nicole, what is next with Map Your World? What's in the pipe?
With Map Your World, we're trying to get it to the point where we can replicate it in other countries, but actually throughout India and also in other countries, hopefully in partnership with UNICEF. And we're also trying to make it so that it can be applied to other problems. For example, the kids in this neighborhood are using it to survey water points. And I think with so much of this energy around polio, the systems that are put in place and the lessons we learn and the kids we empower, they'll go on to solve other problems as well.
That's very interesting, and we're running out of time. One final word in 5 seconds.
The world is this close to ending polio. The last generation allowed us to get to 99%, and this generation can get us to 100. So please join the fight. Go on to endpolio.org, sign a petition, help the world finish the job, and help us make history.
And Nicole, in 5 seconds.
It's really, it's so incredible to see what kids like this can do when they're empowered with technology.
Thank you so much. And if the kids can do it, we can all do it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. So a couple of house notes before we introduce the last panel of the day, and a fantastic panel it is. The first great bit of news is we've just received the first film from around the world. The folks in Panama who have been meeting up as part of the Social Good Summit have completed their film. We're going to be able to show that to you at the end of the day. So after this panel, we'll show you the first film telling the story about what the meetup in Panama thought about the problems we've been thinking about. The second house note is after this panel, when we've showed you the film, we'll take a break. We'll be back here at 7 o'clock sharp for an incredible evening session. This evening we have a stellar list of guests, including Jane Goodall, who's just agreed to be with us, Klaus Schwab, Mira Sorvino, Matthew Bishop, and many more. So straight to our last panel of the day, and a special panel is Embracing Technology to Foster Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce 4 extraordinary thinkers. Jeff Sachs, a friend of the WISE, director of the Earth Institute at Columbia, a special advisor to UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. Forrest Whitaker, the artist and UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador. Hans Vestberg, the president, CEO, and Ericsson, great champion and great leader of the Social Good Summit. And Heather Grady, a vice president of the Rockefeller Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, your panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to see a full house here. And good afternoon, good morning, good evening to the audience around the world. We've had a brief introduction to 3 very distinguished speakers, and I'm very pleased to moderate this panel today. I'm with the Rockefeller Foundation, and our theme for our centenary, which we're celebrating next year, is Innovation for the Next 100 Years. And I think that this summit is a real innovation in how we're communicating to the whole world what is happening here in New York this week. As the UN General Assembly gets down to business, to sorting out the world's problems, many people from around the world are converging here, and we have 3 of them with us. Let me start by just giving a little bit of context to this panel. Over the last 10 years, 35 countries have experienced conflict, and more than 28 million children's lives have been put at risk. Over 43 million people have been displaced from their homes and communities, mostly by armed conflict, but often this is exacerbated by drought, by famine, and by fighting over natural resources. Our panel is going to be telling us about what they are doing as global leaders to try to solve some of these problems. We know that technology is changing the world rapidly. By 2017, 85% of the world's population will have access to mobile broadband. The changes that will be wrought by this are transformative. And we know that there's a new opportunity around every corner to really take advantage of this technology. So that's what we're going to hear about today. Forrest, I want to ask you a question first. You have just launched a new foundation. This is not the first time. I would call you a humanitarian extraordinaire. You've been involved in so many wonderful causes over the last years, in addition to your heavy schedule of work. Tell us a little bit about that foundation, and particularly what you're planning to do in countries like Uganda and South Sudan.
It's the Peace Earth Foundation, and a few days ago we launched the site, at least the website, and that was a nexus for people to come together. We're trying to help support the peace builders in the world, or people who want to work in this area, to give them resources, to give them a space of commonality so they can talk and be able to plan and work together, to give them the ability to find whatever is necessary in their communities, whether that be, as you say, health organizations, food sources for scarcity of water, different things of that nature. But it's the beginning of a dialogue to bring people in. And then the next phase of what we're going to be doing is in December of this year, we're going to be going into Southern Sudan. And it's there that we're going to be working on a youth peacekeeper network. Because our goal is to help build the next peacekeepers of the world and to support them in whatever they're doing. So what we'll do there is across the Southern Sudan, we'll have 2 youths from each state. And those youths will come to Juba, and we'll be training them in conflict resolution and also in empowerment work and social media. It's one of the things that Hans is helping us with, is to put computers in their hands and to create the accessibility for them to be able to go in and be able to work and communicate with each other and to access all the information that's available to help them do the things that they need to do, you know. That's what we'll be doing there, and we'll be doing a similar thing in Uganda at a place called Hope North, which is run by Sam Okello, which is a place where child suitors and refugees have been for years, and we'll be working there on their educational program as well. Those are the projects that we're pushing forward right now in Africa and Southern Sudan.
And what made you personally choose peace to work on rather than any other problem? Why are you devoting your efforts to that?
I think that when you think of peace, I mean, it's an internal mechanism, and I want to build that in everyone, in myself and others. I mean, I come from an environment as a child where there was a lot of conflict. There was the birth of the gangs in my community when I was a young kid. Crips and the Bloods were established during the time when I was growing up as a kid in South Central LA and then in Carson. And so I witnessed and was affected by losses due to violence. I understand about issues of poverty and not having what you want and how that fuels you to like try to reach out and the only means that you find necessary. And so, I mean, as a result of that, I started to do work in that area. And I'm going to continue across the country to work that way. The Peace Earth Foundation is not just for other countries, it's to work here. And the motto is, in a way, to build peace inside the individual, and that to go out to their families and out to their communities and out to their cities, their states, their countries, and the world. And that's what I've been working on. And I feel fortunate because Hans has helped me, and now Jeffrey is also talking to me, because there's an economics behind conflict, you know. There's a lack of being able to believe and hope, lack of aspiration, you know, because there's scarcity, you know, and depending on the circumstances, it's a commonality amongst all these conflicts in this country and in every other country, you know. It's as you said, 35 countries, but 30 of those countries are lower income countries. Yes. And we need to look at that, because that's the common denominator, and that's something that we have to work on here, abroad, everywhere, that everyone has these inalienable rights that Martin Luther King even talked about. That dream of every person being able to have food, water, and education, culture for their minds and arts, you know? And so we're beginning there, and that's what Peace Earth is trying to do with partners, with the help of everyone, including hopefully the people here. Because I'm always soliciting like to get more and more help and more people to work with. Because I think together we can solve the problems. We're living in a society and a time where it's possible to educate the planet in a number of years. It's possible to eradicate certain things. There was never a time like that, and never a time before. I spoke about this last night where Martin Luther King spoke about, he said, if there is a time in history that I would like to live, you know, he said he just wanted to live a certain amount of decades into the next century. You know, well, we're in the 21st, not the 20th century that he was talking about, and now we're here, and I think it's our time, it's on us, and so I'm just trying to participate, to be a part of everybody else, to connect with everybody else in this journey that we're all on, which is on this spaceship called Earth, you know?
Thank you. So, that's a good way to put it, and thank you for being that beacon. Hans. It's very nice to see you again after a few years, and I know you've worked in contexts all around the globe, in the US and China, Brazil and Mexico, now back in Sweden, but you have a real interest, I think, in using technology for really changing the world. You're a great spokesman for the Millennium Development Goals. I know you care about climate change. Tell us what connected you with Forrest and what you're doing to help his foundation get underway.
Yeah, some of you have met me before here talking about the technology revolution we're into, and I'm a strong believer we are in the 5th technology revolution, and we're just about to get into it. We're going to use the technology that we have deployed the last 20 years in a totally different way. We deployed all these networks for one single service, and that was a voice call. And the only thing I can tell you is that that's going to be one of numerous different services. So here we're sitting and of course deploying that platform, and we have been through these days discussing different type of solution. And of course solution is about to be scaled. That's the most important. We're going to have 5 billion mobile broadband subscriptions by 2017, and 85% coverage of the Earth population will have 3G. So the technology will be there. Now it's to find application that is doing technology for good and supporting. And I think how I came across this, of course, to work with Earth Institute when the Millennium Villages, where we put connectivity. But connectivity is not enough. You need to have an application, a healthcare application or an education application. And one of the applications we have developed together with Jeffrey is Connect to Learn. Connect to Learn is a solution where we use mobility, broadband, and the cloud. And suddenly we can deploy very cheaply out content for education in Connect to Learn. Connect to Learn is so far been focused on secondary grade for girls and getting them to school, because many of them are not getting that in Africa. But what we're trying here is that we have one screen that actually has very little power. All the intelligence is in the cloud, and suddenly you can bring down the cost, and connectivity we're bringing out to all these villages all around the world, and that's Connect to Learn. We have now Connect to Learn more than 11,000 students all around the world, 12 countries, and we're scaling it. And of course in this discussion where Forrest coming and talking about he wants to educate, use content for South Sudan and Uganda, Connect to Learn is usable there as well, so you can scale it. So I think it was pretty natural. You can scale it and of course get the message out that Forrest want to have, and using technology for good. So I think it's just continuing on the discussion we've had here yesterday, today, and we're going to have tomorrow. How can we find applications that actually mitigate some of the largest problems on Earth? And I think then it goes without saying that having peace in a country means that you can have social development, economic development. I mean, you cannot have that if you don't have peace. So I think for me it resonates with everything we're doing with the technology and how it can be used all around the world. So I'm just humble and grateful that these type of initiative comes from great leaders like Forrester.
Yeah. Can I just follow up on something? I'm surely not the only one wondering here if there's a cloud for youth who are using services in a country like South Sudan. Where is that cloud located, and how does that work? Yeah, it depends a little bit how much content we're going to have and what you're going to load, but probably you put the cloud and the PC in the cloud fairly close, maybe in South Sudan, to deliver the service. But of course, the most important is that where you sit remotely, it's more of a screen that takes the information, and then you can put the whole intelligence in the PC sitting in the cloud, which is just a fantastic way of an evolution, which nobody could have thought about 5 years ago, that you can actually have a PC in the cloud with all the intelligence, and then you can deliver content out using mobility, broadband, and the cloud, which are the three forces that can actually make this transformation. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Jeff, you are someone who has had a long and distinguished career, but I think most of us think of you more as someone who's worked on economics and long-term development. And now you're engaging with Forrest's effort, which is more around conflict reduction and peace building. I'm assuming that you know that the two are linked, or you have that suspicion. Tell us why you think they're linked, in what ways?
They are indeed. They are indeed linked, and in both very tough ways and very positive ways. In other words, the vicious spirals downward of violence, conflict, poverty, more violence, or the virtuous spirals upward of peace, development, more hope, more peace, more development. And so the the goal is to turn the vicious downward spirals into upward virtuous spirals, of course. And the situation in the world is very complicated. We have to be very clear and not muddled about it or not too saccharine sweet about it. The physical environment for many of the poorest people in the world has already deteriorated badly. Climate change is not about the future, it's of course happening now. Extreme events are already occurring at alarming frequency. We're already in the era of what's called the Anthropocene, when human-induced change is upon us. And in the places that Forrest is working and where we have been working, not exactly in the same locations, we're seeing droughts, we're seeing famine, that definitely have a signature of longer-term change to them. There was a devastating drying in 2010 in the Horn of Africa. Last year there was a very, very painful famine and drought in the Sahel towards West Africa. And this is one of the contributors to horrible events like the disintegration of Mali in the past year, where famine, conflict, pastoralists fighting farmers, hungry people basically, find themselves desperate, stuck, often following demagogues or in desperation. So in those circumstances, we better move, not just think good things are going to happen. We need to act, we need to focus, we need to deploy the technologies that we have, whether it's helping to keep livestock alive and improve their resilience, or better crop yields, or helping to get health care to poor people through community health workers that are connected by smartphones, which is an amazing transformation that's made possible by the things that Ericsson and other companies in this space are allowing to happen. And these are challenges right now. Unfortunately, the international system isn't so attuned to it as we might think. When governments think of conflict, it's the Pentagon, it's the war rooms, it's the military strategists. But for all of the drone missiles you're ever going to send to a famine, you're never going to build a bore well that way. You're never going to really solve the problems of hunger, and you're never going to solve peace that way. And so the fact of the matter is we need a different approach. We're spending $1.5 trillion on armaments right now, compared to less than 1/10 of that, about $130 billion on development. And it's a total miscalculation. And in the United States, the ratio is something like $700 billion for the military approaches versus $30 billion for the peaceful development approaches. That's out of whack. And so we have to focus our attention on the things that can work and on the cutting edge technologies, because they are great empowerers of the poor and great ways to break the poverty trap. And I like to think about the wisdom we've heard of Martin Luther King's, of course, enduring insights. And I always think of John Kennedy's enduring insights when he talked about peace. And he said when it came to peace that by defining our goal more clearly, by making it seem more manageable and less remote, we allow all people to see it, to draw hope from it, and to move irresistibly towards it. And I think the key on peace, therefore, is to show what can be done, to demonstrate what Forrest is doing in northern Uganda or in South Sudan, to show how to do it, what Ericsson is doing when it connects students with the information network. Prove it, demonstrate it, help people to see it clearly, and then you give hope. And with hope, you create that virtuous spiral. And that's the idea that both of them are championing.
Thank you. Yeah, that's so true. I worked in Sudan in the 1980s for 3.5 years. We were coming off a terrible famine, of course, across the Sahel at that time. And we worked so hard on agricultural development and health and education. And in the areas where the international assistance was done well, I think it made an enduring difference. But there are still so many pockets of poverty. Let me just read a couple of statistics about South Sudan in particular, because that is one of Africa's new countries. They're facing huge challenges. Over 80% of people make a living from agriculture, but of half of the land that's suitable for agriculture, only about 2% is under production. For every 500,000 people, there's only one physician. More than 90% of the population survives on less than $1 per day. And 55% of the population, only about half, has access to improved sources of drinking water. So there's an enormous challenge there. Forrest, I think in the work
I could add, by the way, that when this country became independent, there were about 5 kilometers of paved road in the whole country. Basically almost unmanageable.
In South Sudan.
In South Sudan.
Yes, yes.
Almost unmanageable in terms of access and so forth. But the country has huge resources.
It does.
And if they deploy them properly, if they deploy them peacefully, if they deploy them very strategically for health, for education, then this is a place that can find its way out of this corner that it's in right now.
Because of the poverty and because of the educational system is basically not fit.
Almost
doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's like, I think it's, I don't know if the stats, about 20% of people over 15 or something are even illiterate.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we're talking about a large population of people who are disenfranchised, who are mainly thinking about how to survive.
Yes.
So it's when you're looking at the primal things of trying to survive that, those other things are stepped away. And I think even more of that number in regards to women, because there's a big problem in gender disparity and stuff, and,
yes.
and who goes to upper school and who doesn't, even though very few go at all.
And I know in some work that the Rockefeller Foundation is doing there on agricultural development through the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, we're really working on seed development and building up markets for seeds and so on. But to do that, we do need better education, more numeracy skills, more internet connectivity. All of these things are quite linked.
Right. And what he was talking about when he's talking about these new diagnostic systems that you can use from your cell phones and stuff, because of this, as you said, 1 per 500,000 doctors, that is like astronomical. And so you have to find some systems where people can even be diagnosed with malaria, with whatever it might be,
Yes.
And this is a big part.
And Forrest, that's a great example where we've been working together. Now, I think the most exciting development in basic health in rural Africa is community health workers holding their smartphones. Basically, what used to require a doctor, and there aren't doctors, can now be done by a village worker in the village. And what's beautiful about it, for example, with malaria, is that it used to require a microscope to make a diagnosis. How many microscopists and microscopes are there in rural Africa? Not very many. But now it's a little strip, a drop of blood, it tests whether the malaria antigen is there, and within a few minutes you get a reading. And a village worker with a little bit of training can do that, and if they have connectivity with the phone to connect to a clinic, or to get backup, or to send the information and the data, you get a phenomenal outcome. And that's one of the main reasons why malaria is down so sharply in Africa over the last 10 years. One of the great success stories of the Millennium Development Goals is that you can do control now right in the villages by not doctors, but by the village health workers. So this is something that is really exciting, of showing how technology can be put to use.
Yes.
And of course, in that case, not only that the health worker can work straight on the problem, but of course you can have remote experts sitting somewhere else, so you can spread out and you can get actually much more doctors working with much more people. So again, I mean, it sounds maybe that this is easy. It's not, of course. It's a huge scale that needs to be coming in here, but at least we see solutions.
And Hans, it's another case where the cloud plays a great role, because you take a community health worker, and when they go to a household, just on the touch screen, they put in that they visited the household, they put in the diagnosis and so forth. And now this goes right to the cloud, so it's on a server. So the manager of those health workers, and it may be a 50-kilometer square area, can see how many visits were done, which areas are covered instantaneously, no paperwork. It's not waiting a week or a month. And another thing that they can see is how many diagnostic tests were done that day and what % of them were malaria positive, for example. And that can tell you if an epidemic is starting. Because if you're good at watching the data, these data are no longer coming 3 months late, they're coming instantaneously because of the cloud. And so this is an incredible breakthrough also in management systems that I think is, you know, we're just at the beginning of it, but it's going to change everything.
Forrest, let me come back and ask you a question. My 17-year-old daughter asked me this morning, she knew I was coming here, and she said, how are we going to get young people in America really understanding how to wage peace in other countries in the world? When the youth here, sometimes they have a narrow view. Maybe they don't understand the issues of peace and war in other country contexts. I know you had incredible experiences in Uganda and elsewhere that really inspired you to think about things in a different way. What's your advice to people here when we're trying to educate our youth about these issues?
I think these things seem so far off because when we're talking about this kind of poverty, it is quite unique for here. But there's a commonality of people, their experience and their desires, their aspirations and their hopes. I think that we have to, it's up to people, it's others to actually let those stories be told. It's important to hear the voice of someone else. When I was sitting with this woman in a internally displaced camp, and she was
in Uganda?
Yes, in Uganda. And she had been a child soldier. She killed a number of people. She was living there, and she said to me, she said, well, they think that I'm stupid. And maybe they're right, because I don't know how to do the right greetings all the time, because, you know, she had been adopted when she was 5. And she said, and they think I'm crazy. And she said, well, maybe they're right. Because sometimes things happen, I just do things and I don't know why, and I can't explain it myself. And she says, and I said, so how are you here? She says, well, they don't really like me here. I just have no place to go. No. So she's living in this place with all these people around. And I think being there, listening to her story, I think everyone can understand a relationship that relate to that. I mean, it's not away from you.
That would touch anyone.
And people trying to take care of their family. Or this little kid, he was like, this little boy, I was with him, and he was like, his job all day, because they were sleeping all together, was to carry his grandfather around to the buses to like beg for money. Well, he's just trying to take care of stuff, you know? But these same things are occurring all around us. We have to not just open our eyes to what's going on other places. We have to open our eyes to what's going on right in front of us. Yeah. To the people you see on the streets, you know, the people who are struggling, you know? And I believe when you do that, I believe then you know, empathy or connection, or you start, it grows because you just look at others and see what they're saying. I think I don't know exact quote. I remember Mother Teresa the quote is she was saying that, you know, people that when they're in war and conflict, that they just forgot to see themselves in others. And it's like you see people struggling all around. You see somebody asking for something, and you say, oh, he probably is going to go have a drink, or he's probably going to go do this, or, you know, these people are displaced. I'm in New Orleans. I'm working in New Orleans right now. It was just a hurricane. You know, it's a lot better than the one before, but it still was a hurricane. People, you know, and you see these people who are suffering from like traumatic stress from all these events that have occurred, and I can choose to ignore them, but I don't. Yeah. And I think the biggest thing for her is choose to connect and to see and to feel, and don't be afraid to care. And then it'll just grow, because love grows. You know, love is something, it's a commodity that expands, you know, once you start to use it, you know? I think you're right, yeah. You know? Yeah. And I think that's what that would be my advice, you know.
So we're going to have to figure out... We have to figure out how to take that recipe and scale it up.
We have a lot of people in front of us that can scale it up.
Yes,
So many people being here, twittering and blogging all around the world. It's a fantastic opportunity to do that.
And I think another thing that I'd really encourage is, you know, wherever you are, if you're in college, university, high school, find a school halfway around the world that has internet access and start talking, start chatting, get your teachers to do something together, have a class together. We had a school in Uganda, thanks to Ericsson and connectivity, an impoverished rural school, primary school connected to not quite so impoverished school in Greenwich, Connecticut. And the kids talked to each other. They did a read-along together, which was mesmerizing for the kids on both sides. It was just eyes popping out. They had a ball, and you know, the kids from Uganda, they asked their counterparts in Connecticut, you know, did you milk the cow before coming to school today? And the kids in Connecticut, you know, who dropped you off at school? It was a wonderful, complete meeting of the minds of these fifth graders that I think can be transformative, because what better way to really understand the kind of world we're in than to make the connections directly now. And this is going to, you don't need organization for this. You just reach out, you're going to find counterparts. And this, I think, is the beauty, especially as the 3G rolls out, so that people can be on video with each other, can be inventing new ways to do things. I think this is going to be thrilling to watch how this takes off. And when we have crises in, you know, the Arab Spring and so forth, we did a lot of video conferencing with students in Cairo, for example, and students at Columbia, because they said, let's talk, let's figure out, and it's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. And it can bridge barriers. We had a terrific video conference with the university in Tehran. There's no barriers that you can't overcome right now, and there's such a strong common interest on all sides, despite what the politicos might say or what the propaganda might say and so forth, that direct connection becomes possible in amazing ways and unexpected ways right now.
Thank you. Now, I know we're out of time. We've got to end. I just want to thank 3 real global leaders who have addressed building peace in 3 very different ways. I want to thank all of them. Forrest, just before we end, tell us again the name of your website so we can all look up your foundation.
www.peaceearth.org.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you, Hans.
Great.
Thank you.
Hi, don't go away yet. It's not over. I'm Boaz Paldi. From UNDP, our team in Panama held a meetup yesterday, and working together with One Day on Earth, the largest film community in the world, they produced a film in the last 12 hours that we're going to show you now. It's a wonderful film about the event, a reportage of what they talked about and what happened. This happens right away, so I hope you enjoy this video. And then remember that we're back at 7 p.m. for our evening program. We have some amazing guests, special surprise guests, Jane Goodall, Matthew Bishop, and Mira Sovino. And for those of us who are really committed to this, we've got a live stream from Beijing at 2 a.m. and a live stream from Mogadishu at 6 a.m. But for now, here's the video from Panama.
¿Cómo me beneficia a mí en este momento, en este trabajo que tengo?
So we'll see you back at 7 o'clock. We'll see you at 7 o'clock for the evening session of the Social Good Summit.
Kill that, please.
Get your freak on, get your freak on, get your freak on. That's your shit. People you don't know, me and Timberland been hot since 20 years ago. What the dealio? No what the dealio? Now you from the battle, me then never know. Let me tell you some. People, here I come. That's what me when I'm done. We got the radio shook like we got a gun. Get your freak on, 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 get your freak on.
Good evening, everyone. The host for this evening's proceedings. We've got an exciting evening ahead with some really fascinating speakers. For those of you that don't know me already, I am best known on Twitter as @MattBish, M-A-T-T-B-I-S-H, and I was co-author of a book called Philanthrocapitalism: How Giving Can Save the World, which really profiled how many of the trends in business and in politics and in social activism were all coming together in a way that I think transforms our ability to solve some of the world's biggest problems. And then my day job is to work as New York bureau chief for The Economist. And before we go on with our panels, I just wanted to, I guess, make one point, which is what excites me so much about this Social Good Summit, and the fact that for the first time this is a conversation that's going on in 100 countries, very diverse situations, really, I think, using the power of social media in new ways that maybe we haven't seen before to connect people and to move agendas forward in really exciting ways. And I think I was just reflecting that really 10 years ago, the world was so different, only 10 years ago, that in terms of our ability to use new media to take a good idea anywhere in the world and take it and put it into action on a global scale, it just simply wasn't possible for that to happen quickly. And now, with this new technology and with this new connectivity, we really can take an idea from anybody, anywhere in the world, and just scale it up. And I think this is deeply threatening to entrench interests. I was in China recently, and I was just struck by how everybody started their day by reading Weibo, their equivalent of Twitter, and the amount of real information that is passing through a society that was previously closed was just mind-blowing, and is clearly disturbing the entrenched interest in China in a way that may make that whole system change much more quickly than anyone really thought possible even a year or two ago. And at the same time, what that highlights, and this is the challenge I want to throw out to everyone around the world looking in tonight, is this technology, I think, has a bias towards social progress because it has a bias towards transparency, and people who are walking in the light tend to behave better and in more productive ways than people who can hide away and not be transparent. But the technology can also be used for bad and can be used by old power institutions to hold back change. And so what I am so excited about, and the challenge that everyone faces, I think, as we look at this Social Good Summit, is how do we make the most of this opportunity? Because, if we don't use it to its best effect, others with worse agendas and deeper cynical purposes will use that technology to repress progress rather than advance it. And so what is happening here, and why I'm so excited that this whole Social Good Summit has been attached to a week that was usually in the past about closed doors, meetings like the UN and CGI, which the outside world wasn't really part of, is that it does give us a chance to really make sure that the good guys and the good women win, and that the world does become a better place, rather than that this technology be used for bad. So I'm very excited, very honored to be here and be a part of this process. And I want to start by bringing out a panel who are going to touch on, I think, one of the most shocking issues that it's still an issue today, which is the issue of human trafficking or modern slavery or the modern sex trade, which is an extraordinary big problem. And to address this question, I'm going to invite onto the stage a panel of real experts. Mira Sorvino, the Academy Award-winning actress and UN Goodwill Ambassador to combat human trafficking; Laurie Bolthouse, the producer of Trade of Innocence, a movie about this topic; and Yuri Fedorov, Executive Director of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and Director General of the United Nations Office in Vienna. Please take a seat.
Thank you.
Now we're going to start by watching a public service announcement that really just highlights how bad this problem is. So Yuri Fedotov, I mean, this problem of human trafficking, is in the context of this global organized crime of $870 billion industry. How big a part of that industry is the human trafficking?
Human trafficking, I think you could see it on the screen, is 32 billion annually. And
what are the main forms that it takes?
It takes many forms. It's sexual exploitation. People are being traded for cheap labor, for free labor. Children for begging. By the way, every fifth victim of human trafficking are children. And child pornography, child abuse, sexual exploitation, but also children being sold for labor, for begging, for pickpocketing. And you can see children working in hard conditions in the factories, untangling fishing nets everywhere in the world.
And give us a sense of the geography of this problem. Is this primarily a south problem, or is it a north-south problem, or is it actually a problem here in the rich world?
I would say the borders, the border lines are a little bit blurred. And most often, the source of human trafficking are countries in Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe, but not only. There are examples when people are being sold from developing countries in Europe, even in the United States, and Latin America is another matter of concern from the point of view of human trafficking, and Africa as well.
So really everywhere now.
That is a global phenomenon which reflects the definition of transnational organized crime. It's one of the forms of transnational organized crime.
And what's the most important thing the UN is doing about this problem?
Well, UN, of course, 12 years ago, before Palermo Convention was adopted, this definition of human trafficking did not exist at all. And now we have Palermo Convention, we have a human trafficking protocol, global plan of action, a trust fund, which we've been able to gather about $1 million in pledges, half of this amount in real contributions, and we started to help people again, including children, in Cambodia, in Moldova, so it works. But of course we should do much more. We should do much more, and that's why social awareness, public awareness, and social media could help enormously to draw the attention to this issue.
Now, Mira Sorvino, I mean, as an actress, how did you become involved in this issue and make this the center of your work as a philanthropist and as a campaigner?
I was campaign spokesperson for Amnesty International's Stop Violence Against Women campaign, and under that rubric we discussed human trafficking as something that affects 79% women and children. And so I was shocked, as I think most people were initially, that slavery was still thriving, although now it's illicit as opposed to the legalized chattel slavery that existed during President Lincoln's time. And I wanted to say, this is the 150th anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation. Yesterday was the day that he made it public, so it's pretty incredible. And then the UN in 2009 formally inducted me in as the UN ODC Goodwill Ambassador to Combat Human Trafficking, and I have had an incredible tour with them, going to countries around the world with the Blue Heart campaign, raising awareness, but also interviewing victims and lawmakers and NGO workers, policemen, lawyers, you name it, I've interviewed them, so I have this rather vast storehouse of knowledge.
So what was the thing that surprised you most as you started to look into this problem?
Everything about it, really. I mean, the fact that people, just for the pure sake of profit, will buy and sell human beings, and it's actually sometimes more profitable than drugs because you can only sell a drug once, whereas you can sell a person over and over again, and sometimes by the end of the first year make 200% more than the initial cost of the person, and then you just keep on going. I think it's the use of children in it, having met child victims, and that's the subject of our film that Laurie Bolthouse produced, Trait of Innocence, that's coming out next week. The sale of children for commercialized sex is unbelievably heinous, and when you meet a child who's 7 years old who's been working in a brothel since she was 4, your stomach is turned. And as a mother, and you look in her eyes and she's showing you her homework and you're like, she's just like my daughter, you can't take it. So that's probably the most shocking thing. And there's one thing I just want to point out on this topic in the US. We have 100 to 300,000 kids, domestic American kids, at any given time being sold on the streets of the US of A.
How many again?
100 to 300,000 at any given time, and these figures will be backed up by the State Department. And in many states in the country, because our laws concerning trafficking are state by state, the federal laws only reach certain cases, some of these kids, when brought in, are arrested for the crime of prostitution rather than being seen as victims of human trafficking, and they're put into juvenile detention or adult jail. And what I'm really pushing for on the statewide level, in every state, and right now only 11 states have it, is something called a safe harbor law, which is exactly what the name implies, that it takes these kids in who've been exploited sexually by adults who are very aware of how much profit they can reap, and it gives them access to services, it expunges their criminal records, it gives them all the counseling, housing, medical care, legal help during their trials where they can take down their traffickers, and
no,
sees them,
it seems like a very important step.
sees them as victims rather than the criminals. But if you're not in one of those 11 states, you will probably be tried if you get brought in on a police raid as the criminal. The child will be seen as the criminal, and no one under the age of 18 has the mental, psychological, legal capacity to consent to their own exploitation in that way. So I just want to get that out there. It's very important.
Now, we were talking before about basically, yeah, please have a round. I mean, I think it's a very important point. We were talking before about, I mean, government ultimately is key to this, the enforcement of laws. Because in most countries this is illegal, isn't it? I mean,
right.
By and large.
Most countries are signatory to the Palermo Protocol, but in 2009, in the UNODC report, only 2 out of 5 of those signatory countries had any convictions on their books of traffickers. We're talking 0 convictions. In the US, only 10% of police stations have any protocol whatsoever to deal with human trafficking. And the money, let me just give you some facts which are kind of horrifying and sort of funny in a way. Every month, the US government spends twice as much on military marching bands as it does in a year to battle human trafficking, and more is spent in a single month fighting the war on drugs than all monies ever expended domestically and internationally fighting slavery from its inception. Per month, we spend more on the drug war than we ever have trying to free slaves. And that's just a shocking moral dilemma. The discrepancy is inexplicable, really.
So this brings us to the film. I mean, tell us, Laurie, why did you make this film? What's it about in a couple of sentences?
Well, first off, let me say I appreciate everybody's time. It's no small thing to carve out of your schedules to come here, and then to also engage on a really heavy subject. And it's an honor to be up here with these guests as well. My life was actually very comfortable. It was fine. I didn't really need to know about human trafficking more than theory. And then our family was over in Southeast Asia on a medical excursion, and we had the opportunity, an incredible opportunity, to end up having dinner with 7 young survivors. And at the time, my daughters turned out to be the same age. So as you can imagine, sitting at a table like Mira has alluded to, and when you begin to see the childlikeness of these young girls, and just think for a second, the horror that they've been through, honestly, it turned my world upside down. In fact, I can almost still remember the knot in my stomach that started to come up. And my girls knew some of it about human trafficking as well, and this put us on a whole new journey. And we really wondered if anything was being done about this. And we really had this sort of angry existential prayer that said, God, are you out there? Because if this is something that we're seeing a little slice of while we're on vacation for goodness sake. We cannot imagine the scope of it.
So tell us about the movie.
Yeah, fast forward a little bit later, a friend of ours was doing some undercover work in Southeast Asia turns out he's a screenwriter, so lo and behold, our screenwriter Christopher Brissett and our stories literally came colliding together, and we didn't know about each other's experiences. And so he asked over a series of months and talks if we would consider my husband and I producing this film with him, and based off our experience, it was an easy answer, but in some ways it was difficult. This was going to be costly in more ways than just financial, and we needed to think about this. And I'm so glad that we did, because it's been one of the most freeing things that we have done. So Trade of Innocence, now we're talking close to 3 years down the road here, starring Dermot Mulroney. Mira Sorvino is about to be, is going to premiere this week in New York City and open the following weekend here. And our whole goal was to not only create awareness and to make something that's so heinous that you as the audience or the viewer feel like you're drowning, because we don't really need any more of that. But I do believe this is a far more horrible issue than any of us can ever imagine. But I also believe it's hopeful, because we are meeting survivors that are doing unbelievable things and on a healing journey. So our goal was to not only raise awareness, but take the viewer, if you want to move into it, into a level of action. So we've created a justice-generation.com website that has 32 some partners that have been incredible to work with. So we're just funneling
so
people down the road.
So give us that again, justice-generation.com.
And
is there a hashtag for that as well, or would that be?
I don't know yet. Thank you. Sorry.
I mean, is there a whole social media, texting and so forth around that?
Yes, absolutely. Twitter, Facebook, yes, everything's going on for that. Mm-hmm.
Great. Now, our time, what part, just briefly, what role are you playing in this movie?
What I was interested in doing, because I'd already done the law enforcement side of the picture in the Lifetime miniseries Human Trafficking. In this side, I'm a woman who's kind of discovering the problem, as my husband is more engaged in the cooperating with law enforcement. I volunteer with an NGO that is doing aftercare for the survivors of human trafficking. And that's something that rarely gets the attention that it deserves, but these NGOs are literally on the ground with victims, saving them, sometimes going in, finding them, pulling in, and then rehabilitating them. And this can take years because they're very traumatized, but the girls and the men and the women who come out of this are just incredible, and these
so that's the hopeful part of the story.
That's the hopeful. Well, there's lots of hopeful parts of it, but that's the part that interested me. And this leads back to what Mr. Fedotov was talking about the UN Human Trafficking Voluntary Trust Fund for victims, and that's something that you can all link to. I think it's UN Human Trafficking Fund.org, but you'll find it if you put Human Trafficking Fund. It basically is one of the only grants out there that gives funds directly to groups that work with victims, the NGOs that work with victims. Most other grants out there go for advocacy, and the amount, even a small grant to these groups, saves lives exponentially, and it's really important to focus on what those people are doing, and also to link their work with governmental work, because NGOs and governments have to work together.
So that's one important thing that we can all take away from this as a practical action. Unfortunately, our time is almost up, so I just want to ask each of you just to say if there's one thing, one challenge for ordinary members of the public, that one thing they can do on this, on human trafficking to actually, help drive this evil from the planet, what would that one thing be?
One of the solutions could be, as we are the Social Good Summit, to be socially good, we need to be good socially. I mean, we need to use fully the capacities we have, powerful capacity of social media, because all these victims of human trafficking, they may be around us. They may come from countries from another part of the world, but they're living next door. They're working at the nearest cafe or shop. You can see these people, you can feel them. So if you raise awareness, if you go to social media, exposing people who are exploiting victims of human trafficking, I think it would help enormously to fight and to eradicate the slavery of the 21st century.
So raise awareness. Laurie, please. Yeah.
And I would just add too, please don't believe the lie that you don't have anything to offer, that you can't do anything. Your circle of influence is the best place. You don't have to make a movie, that's kind of a rare thing, but as a social media expert, whatever it is that you do, raise and amplify the issue of human trafficking, and it will travel and do a lot of good.
Mira, last to you.
I think you have to drive people who are interested in this topic to groups that can immediately find them connections to what they can do. Polaris Project is one of these. And on Polaris Project, you can see where your state rates on its legislation on human trafficking. They've got a color-coded chart. You can immediately get involved by petitioning or lobbying your legislators to do the right thing. But also, I call on all of you to be watchdogs. You have to monitor what your governments are doing, both locally and on the national level, because the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Studies have shown that when newspapers or social media report on trafficking cases, the busts increase, the successful prosecutions increase, more traffickers go to jail and more victims are rescued. So drive people to do things and keep the eye, the watchful eye, on what your government is doing so that they will then put more money into their programs and that they will actually see that. I want to see the laws that are out there enacted. A law is worth nothing if it's just a paper tiger and it's not reaching the people. So that's what all of you in the media and all the new forms can do. And one last thought, the most powerful thing in the world is a survivor's testimony. And I don't think this exists as of yet, but if there were a way to get with the mature consent of the survivors, because it can be a re-exploiting experience for them if not done right, to get the voices and the faces of people talking about what has happened to them in a very simple way, all of a sudden you meet the person who's living as a slave in your modern day society, in your community. If that could be on YouTube, if that could be on a website, if that could be on PSAs all the time, we wouldn't be able to say anymore that we don't understand human trafficking and we didn't know enough about it. When you look into the face of a child who's been trafficked, you have to respond. So getting that out there in a much broader way, that would be an amazing thing, because those testimonies will blow you away.
Well, there's some great ideas there, and I would just like to thank all three of our panelists for really raising awareness of such an important subject, and I recommend everyone to go along and see, again, it's called
Trade of Innocence.
Trade of Innocence, and it's this week, and it'll be hopefully all over the country and maybe around the world as well, and tweet about it and report on it. So thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you. So, go off this way. Yeah, if you go off this way, it's if you look around to the... just before we carry on, I mean, I'm struck by two ideas I saw through NGOs in India that have really excited me, that might be applicable to the human trafficking question. One was an organization called Childline, which basically just went to all the street kids and gave them a phone number where if ever they were being victimized by the police, they could phone this number and someone would come and help them. And maybe there's some application of that, but a more recent one is something called I Paid a Bribe, which is a website where people who've been asked for a bribe and had to pay a bribe could report that anonymously. And they've built up a heat map of where bribery is being concentrated around India, which has really changed behavior. And I wonder again if we could figure out some way of replicating that for the human trafficking area, whether that would help put pressure on governments, much as that Polaris Project idea has done. Anyway, I now want to welcome onto the stage Klaus Schwab. Klaus is chairman of the World and founder of the World Economic Forum. Klaus, come and join us.
Great to see you.
Please, if you'd sit.
Thank you.
Now, the World Economic Forum is an organization that has the motto, improving the state of the world.
That's right.
And has really gone from being, you know, I think quite a classic organization